All right. Can anyone in chat hear me? All right. I think people can hear me. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Something happened to my microphone on the mixer board. All right. Welcome back to the Black Brain Trust. This is the final episode of 2019. Please hit the like button as you come in, share the video if possible, and hit that notification bell so you get all the updates from the Black Brain Trust, including those posted on the community tab. If anybody wants to get on the panel, there will be a link in the chat for you to engage in this open dialogue in the final episode of 2019. Open chat number 42. I need some water. Let me grab some water. I'll wait for you all to join the panel. All right. We got Complex Design and Man Tomorrow on the panel, man. What's going on?
Yo, what up, Mike?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling.
What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, MOT?
Hey, what's up, Mike? What's going on, Complex?
Are you on the road, MOT?
What's up?
Are you on the road?
Yeah, I'm probably about 2.5 hours from one of the places I'm going to be at for the rest of the night before I start my own show at 10 o'clock. So, yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah, man. I think, 2019 has probably been one of the most productive years for us on YouTube. I think 2018 was a kind of an icebreaker, and then 2019 we just kind of opened up.
Yeah.
We kind of opened up the
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, I agree.
Yeah, a lot of people predicted that there was going to be the fall of the Manosphere, and it would be dilapidated. It'll be like the Book of Eli, guys with chainsaws and stuff like that hanging on the bridges.
It was that whole hangout. Google's taking hangouts away, and they made it out to really be more than it was.
Yeah.
And matter of fact, what's funny is that it's kind of like that whole sort of early adopter technology type of thing where it's like, dude, come on, really? You don't think there's other ways to like live stream on YouTube?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it ended up being kind of like a nothing burger, and and then it was just like more, it's like kind of business as usual.
Yeah, but they tried to take out MOT, man. That was this year, right? They tried to take out MOT, try to suspend his channel. So the haters were coming.
Last year. Last year.
No, this year was us.
Oh, yeah. 2018 was that year, summer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
June 29th, 2018. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, man. The haters tried to take down, the most prolific voices in the Manosphere, and they did not prevail. We did not go anywhere. So I think what's happening here is that the reptiles are losing control over their narrative. We've taken control over the narrative now. And we've been holding the ball for quite some time. We're kind of just running out the clock for 2019 on them. But 2020 is going to be a completely different element for them to deal with, because now it's not so much of a content creator that you have to deal with, it's the environment. YouTube has these new guidelines in place where they're chopping people's heads off, so to speak, metaphorically speaking. They're going for people now. They're going after, we covered an article last week, they're going after the crypto channels. They're going after all of the the Alex Jones style conspiracy theory news or entertainment platforms. And if you're in the manosphere and you're producing whack content, man, I don't think you're gonna make it through 2020.
We've been saying over the past few live streams here that 2020 is a very significant year. It should be viewed as a demarcation point. Much like the technological advances. Let's just take cellular connectivity, for example. Every 10 years, there's a new generation, right? There's a new platform that's rolled out. So you have to look at 2020 as much the same way. That's not just significant in technological circles. It's significant across all spectrums. You know what I mean? There's that means that there's, for those who have a decade-long agenda, 2020 starts as a marcation point. Not only for those, not even for individuals, but we're talking about for companies, governments. You know what I mean? It's far greater than just it being another new year. Really, 2020 is very significant.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I heard Ramil's podcast today, and I heard you on there. It got a little rough over there.
I mean, it gets rough, but you know what I mean? It's kind of like, in my view, and shout out to Ramil, man, because I think he's a real open-minded cat, and I think he's eager to learn. So I enjoy conversing with him. But when it comes to areas of discussion and topics, that we have largely built our platform on, I really do feel as though that we are an authority on it to a large extent. So at the bare minimum, I think it's just our responsibility to sort of kind of meet misperceptions at the head and correct them right there on the spot, or at least add more insights so that people can do their own research on some things.
Yeah, but you have to understand why that is, though. I mean, like in the black spaces, it's kind of like, this is how respect works. It's sad, but this is how respects work. Are you respected among BWs? Check. If you're respected among BWs, you get a bunch of ass. Doesn't matter what you say, you'll get believed. But if you're an actual authority on something and you actually study something, that type of respect kind of doesn't even count. And they would discount the hell out of what you say versus somebody who's obviously full of shit and they never question it.
Well, MOT, I'm not going to disagree with that, but what I will say is this: I'm indifferent, and I think Mike can co-sign on this. I'm indifferent to that position. Why? Because it is what it is, as they say, to simplify it, right? Without expounding too much. It is what it is. We all know of the technological push that is currently underway. And for those of us who follow trends, we know what the benchmarks are for 2023, 2025, 2030, which is 10 years from now. See, so in between this 10-year time span, there's marcation points in there. So a lot of the technological trends that we find, that we come across, or that we're researching, that we're looking into and analyzing, Some of them have like 2 and 3 year benchmarks. So they're stating that based on the progress of industry at 2022, 2023, we want to be here. Now that's 2 to 3 years away. So we're not even talking big numbers now, right? 2 to 3 years. Then they say, well, 5 years. 5 isn't even that many years. I'm coming up on 5 years of my wife's passing. Dude, the time fucking flew. Okay? See, so in my mind, 5 years is nothing. That'll be here in a blink. My daughter will be 13.
By the time Trump leaves office, he'll be a teenager.
Think about it. That's going to be in a blink. You see, so sometimes when you get in, when you're in a mode of basically analyzing due to, and I don't want to say imagination based speculation, but there's not a lot of hardcore data analysis done, you know, and when that's not the case, it's like the only thing that you can do is just basically put the information right out there in such a way where it heads a lot of speculation off and says, look, analyze the data first and then speculate. I almost guarantee your speculations will change.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's kind of like how far behind these people are. They ain't got but a couple years. I ain't got but a couple years.
Yeah.
So not that I'm worried or anything like that, because I'm okay with the new change that's gonna happen. It should have happened years ago, but you know, at the end of the day, it's finally going to be at a place to where we can obtain peace without worrying about a whole bunch of stuff. You know.
Yeah, I think
it's okay to separate. So.
Yeah, I think Skid Row may be you know, coming to every single neighborhood in Black America.
It is. It already is in the South. Rural South. Yeah.
Yeah.
In LA. It's definitely there in LA.
Yeah, I know in Boston they try to circumvent anything like that that's happening outright. And so they've taken over the motels and shoved people up in there. But even the motels are overcrowded now. You know, bugs and STDs being found up in there, drug needles and stuff like that being found in there. So I don't know how long they're going to be able to support that before it busts at the seams. But when we have these discussions and I hear such pushback, like I was hearing earlier, you know, against Complex in Thai City, shout out to Thai City. It's a shame that Black people really think that they're invincible. You know, kind of like that movie Spike Lee did, Miracle at St. Anna, where a brother had the, you know, that statue's head and said, you know, he kept rubbing it and said, you know, this is going to give me the strength of 5 Negroes or something like that. You know, just really weird out there perspective that some of these guys have. And not just the guys, man, it's the women too out here, man. They don't believe that any of this is going to happen.
Well, you know, Mike, you know, not to overlay or conflate two different social phenomena that are currently coexisting right now. It's particularly like, let's say, like in Black sector of YouTube, right? There's, I would say, based on my view, there's this discussions of, say, like 2020 automation, blah, 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 right? There's that, and then there's this whole sort of SYSBM phenomenon, right? And, you know, it's a very convenient cover for one, so that we really don't acknowledge the significance of the other. Again, going into 2020, you know, it's sort of like a whole new blanket.
World.
Damn it, Mike.
Hangouts. You know, but to me, that's kind of what I'm seeing this as. This is a very clever veneer to sort of cloak very real discussions that need to be had at this point. And Mike, that was why I mentioned to you, and I think maybe, you know, we can explore it in this because this is an open chat, so I think this is actually an appropriate venue to do it. But, you know, as far as like 2020 living modalities, right? So what's a good way to structure, you know, lifestyle for this new decade and what we're facing? Like, You know, what does a successful individual, you know, Gen X, millennial, zillennial, kind of based on the sum total of our discussions and our deep dives, what we look into, areas of information, you know, all put together, what does a productive society of Black folks look like given all of this? You know, and how can we start to create models for that? Like, I'm sick and like I said, the speculation is over. It's done. It's time to move on. Time to move on.
Yeah, the articles we read last night on space and technology kind of confirm where the market is going and how impactful it's going to be.
Right.
And you know, how many different articles do we have to read before some people really understand that automation is here? I'm not saying that you know, trucking, you know, automated trucks are going to replace MOT. I think he has a different sort of venue, but these long straight hauls through certain states, like for example, from Providence to Boston, or not to Boston, to outside of Boston, there are quite a few facilities, UPS, FedEx, and whatnot. It's a straight shot in. Those places will automate that part of the road because they've already began infrastructure development, putting solar panels on the side of the highway, you know, for miles. Wi-Fi is there's a 5G network already going up. A municipal 5G network already going up. There's already a Wi-Fi network up on the highway.
T-Mobile already launched their commercial 5G band.
Yeah,
in the background.
Yeah, but that's for the inner city, not for the. I mean, that's for the rural areas, but not for the. You know, not in the highway. You won't find that in the highway, right? So they're already setting up networks from the state perspective to prepare themselves, and they already laid down all their fiber about 10 years ago. So what I'm saying here is that little first downs, home runs, base hits, and things like that. They're trying to get that stuff out of the way now. And when we talk about automation and things of that nature, what you have is a lot of people in the Black sector that are in denial. They say, well, automation is going to create, 2 or 3 more jobs. Okay, if you think the person that was bagging groceries or a cashier is going to suddenly shift into being a coder or a developer or something like that, then you would be wrong. You'd be very wrong. If you think the guy who's driving Uber, suddenly his job has been automated, that somehow he's going to be the technician working on the car, that's not going to happen. Yeah, it creates more jobs, but those people are not going to be the ones working the jobs. And Black people are at the bottom of, or at least Black men are at the bottom of literacy. You got Black men 18 years old with a 3rd grade reading level. I don't know if you need a 5th grade reading level just to read the newspaper.
Hey, Mike, let me touch on something real quick, bro.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when I got on there and I started explaining to this guy who pretty much said that automation isn't happening, and then I explained to him how he's actually taking part in machine learning, and he I don't think people understand, bro. Like, dude, like that Qualcomm, the company Qualcomm, they analyze 20,000 situations every day of prevented accidents, right? So whenever that Qualcomm kicks on from either a hard brake or a G-force in either direction, the camera comes on, right? When that camera comes on, it's analyzing your body movements. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, it's analyzing your body movement, it's analyzing the data from the throttle position to the brake position and ABS. Not only is it collecting that data, it's the blind spot detection. It's also monitoring the object of the car, what happened to that. So if they have 20 to 30,000 of these situations every day, I'm pretty sure they can pretty much get all that data and prevent accidents altogether.
I was
like
looking.
what Tesla is doing right now.
Yeah, Yeah, Tesla's taking advantage of all of its customers by recording all of their functions, motorization functions.
Yeah, but Ty City, but I can tell you why they think that way.
Tesla's got 2 billion miles of data.
Go ahead, MOT.
All right, Ty City. The reason why these people think this way is because they think that the world can't possibly go on without them. So they have to include themselves into everything, even by warping reality. I mean, even into saying that things that are not happening that are clearly happening. And that's the problem, man. This magical thinking from like the industrial age has not caught up with these people yet, but it's gonna catch up pretty damn soon, and it's gonna be pretty damn swift. But at the end of the day, you're gonna have to modernize.
Right, and this dude sitting here telling me about DOT. Like, bro, you are a driver. Like, you have no idea what regulations are coming down the pipeline. They're not gonna tell you.
Not only they're not going to tell him, he's not in that market to care anyways, right? His job is to drive the truck. His job isn't to sit down with politicians and administration about
because none of the drivers knew DEF was coming. You know what I'm saying?
Boom. It just popped up. You can't drive in California without
it. Right. When DEF showed up, man, they thought you was talking about Def Jam.
Exactly. Stupid, man. I don't know what Buddy problem was. He just got on. I don't know what y'all talking about. This, that, and the third. Okay.
Yeah, he was pretty snippy, man. And, I was just like, bro, calm down.
But you have to understand that this is how they run their household. If their son or daughter would come up to them talking about an article that they just read, this is exactly how they would react to a child who wants to learn about this stuff. These people are parents who would easily do this to a child if they would do this to an adult. Easily.
Yeah,
there we go. Another guy named Testa who never made it. Why? Never got the spark actually fulfilled by the damn parents.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it is a lot of Black people are Luddites, man. They can't imagine that what's coming down the pike can actually come in effect and impact them, have a social impact on them. We've covered the World Economic Forum probably about 3 or 4 times between 2018 and 2019 that articulates these points. And for whatever reason, it's not translating to them. Maybe it's because of a literacy issue or it's just stubbornness. It's not permeating the minds of Black people collectively. It's not. You don't see a scramble to actually get to the library and actually take out a book or something like that. I question if most.
You have to get like Beyonce or like Ashanti to like do the news before they take the shit serious.
Yeah, Cyberdyne, you got your hand raised, bro. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, G?
Hey, what's going on? Happy preemptive New Year's to all you gentlemen and ladies.
Sir.
Hope everybody does well on the coming new century, on the coming new precipice. But anyway, now I'm packing up to get up out of here and get out this country again, man, to go take care of business as we always do. Black Brain Trust branded.
Yes,
but
sir.
so I'm a little tired. Forgive me if I sound groggy. But what's interesting, y'all talking about the truck driving thing. So I had kind of snuck off to Switzerland and to do some business there. And when I came back, I snuck down to Cincinnati with my homie. And, you stop along the way to the coffee shops and use the restroom. And going down through Pennsylvania, man, I end up running into this trucker gentleman. And so homie is pumping the gas and I'm getting some coffee to switch driving shifts. And so I don't know, I seen him with his, his headset on and stuff like that. And I just happened to ask him. I said, hey man, are you a truck driver? He said, yeah. I said, oh, that's interesting. I said, well, I'm a computer scientist, man. I said, I have a question. What would you say is some improvements could be made within your industry that would help you or would help your industry as a whole? And man, MOT, you're going to love this. As soon as I said that, he said, oh man, you one of those. And I said, one of what? He said, you one of those computer science, you the reason that we're hurting. And I said, what? Yeah. I said, what? I say, and we sitting here stirring coffee together. So I said, explain this to me. He says, man, all this computerization stuff is killing us. And so his buddy came right in the door. As soon as he said that, he comes up to the coffee station and he says, he points at me. He said, yeah, we got one. We got a Einstein here. And his buddy said the same thing. Ah, y'all killing us. And I was like, damn. So I'm like, why? I say, can you give me a reason? And what he said was, he said, we can't do what we want to do. Now I'm not a right. And so I'm not a trucker. And I didn't take exception to what he said because I didn't understand it because I'm not a trucker. But I heard y'all talking and I thought about it. I said, man, let me share this with the team, because I had somebody tell me that he says, man, and this is what he said. I said, well, how long you been, doing what you're doing? He said, I've been doing this for 15 years. And he said, I could tell you, man, it's nothing but bad. I mean, he said, it's for the companies. The companies are getting paid more. And I mean, there's a lot of stuff we always talk about here. But I said, the companies are getting paid more. My salary's not going up. It really don't have anything to do with the load, but I can't move. We can't move how we want to move, basically. And I was just like,
You can move how you want to move.
What I was gonna say, what was the I guess what was meant by that?
I can tell you what was meant by that.
MOT. Yeah, that's I defer to MOT with that. Thanks, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Here's the deal. These people don't like to be held responsible for their actions. Now, especially with automated logs and all this kind of stuff, they're pretty much shutting down people who want to drive 18, 19 hours a day after spending 2 weeks in Vegas and all that kind of dumbass shit. Like, what they're doing is they're bringing responsibility to the table. Now, trucking has been operating with a playing tennis without the net kind of philosophy. All the data is doing is letting them know if the net was here, you wouldn't be able to score any points. So what they feel like is, man, I can't do stuff how I want to. I can't just wake up and drive 24 hours in the day. So they see that as a restriction. Like, they don't give a damn about safety or anything else. It's just that they don't want to be tracked doing anything. So what you're doing is you're bringing basic responsibility to them by letting them know that you're going to be operating or having them think about things like that. But those people, they don't want to think about things like that. Like most of these people used to be in truck driving. They used to get in their truck, drive 8 hours, come home with a $2,500 check. Mm-hmm. That used to be the field. Now you have to be out a couple weeks. To them, that's a big change because they didn't have to do shit for the money. And now they have to compete against all these younger dudes who socialize into a different aspect of truck driving. So those type of people don't want to see the world change, but they don't have the actual means of stopping it. Now, with this guy, I could have easily sat down and told him, you could quite easily get yourself your own truck and an engine that is pre-2003, and you can run your company however you want to without logbooks. But see, that will require some type of investment that this person has not made in 15 years. Because it's very easy to become an owner operator or own your own truck. All you have to do is do research and save your money and not have a screwed up life to where you're giving out a whole bunch of money for a whole bunch of things. But see, most of these people, their whole lifestyle is wrapped up being irresponsible and not being held accountable for actions. So what data does is it exposes all of that, and they don't like the exposure of their
and MOT, to kind of speak further to that point, because you actually own a business in this venue, right, in trucking. And so for see, I'm the type of person, I understand nuance. So even though you can own a business in an industry, depending on how you're oriented, how you situated your assets and all that type of stuff, you may actually be able to leverage and hedge upon any sort of change to your benefit.
Yep, I can.
Really kind of. Thank you. I don't need to go any further. I don't need to go any further.
Yeah, I mean, you have to look at most of these people in this industry. They don't know anything but picking up and dropping off trailers. Like, dude, the whole like transportation industry has went kind of global into data. Like me, like, well, what I do is people don't even know that I'm monitoring their business by just standing outside of it and following their trailers around everywhere and be like, oh, okay, these people are doing that. I could go in and I could close that customer for far less because I know what their profit margin are based off of what type of trucks they run, based off of what type of trailers they run. And I could walk in and I could get business in a flash without even needing special people or anything like that.
So wait a minute,
Because I know how
are you telling me that your business modeling relies on a form of business intelligence?
Yes. Actually,
Right.
all about
So
business intelligence. I mean, the whole thing is ran off business espionage, to tell you the truth.
Oh, I think I was just speaking to that earlier. Corporate espionage.
well, you
On
know
the
what?
Mills panel.
A lot of people get in trucking and they just put everything into everybody else's hands. They put the booking of their load in other people's hands. They don't negotiate for themselves. They don't try to find new customers on their own. They dealing with middlemen all across the board.
Because they wanted to do it the easy way.
And it's just, bro, it's people who don't make money in trucking. They don't either they not listening to the OGs in the game because the OGs they not losing. They watching people come and go.
Yeah.
Well, this is why I asked him OT. That's why I asked him about this. And I'm like, well, I don't know. Because MOT understands this, I actually think he's poised and hedged to benefit.
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
yeah.
well,
all the time. I'm like, dude.
Not everyone loses in this scenario, folks. I'm just saying.
No.
Yeah.
Like today, the best prepared people with data will win. If you don't understand the data behind how your industry works, you won't be in it for very long. And
Bingo.
we're finally here.
It's called business insights.
That's it.
There you go.
Business
Not hard.
intelligence.
Yeah, man. I mean, all it takes is that little extra, and you're gonna win big time. I don't get the problem.
The problem, Ty, is what we were just speaking to a little while ago, is that we're largely dealing in an environment where a lot of opinions and analysis based on conjecture.
Yes.
Right. These are valid forms of talking points, right? And they're equally valued against data. And that is a fundamental problem.
Yeah.
Right. And so until we can address these types of issues where we're not equally putting one's opinion up against data.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, what you have is unproven intentions versus data-driven results.
Yep.
And the people with unproven intentions based on style and substance can't compete with real-world data. And every year, every single thing that they do is going to be ripped apart because proven data works. It works all the time, and it always have worked. This is why I do stuff for Amazon, but guess what's happening? I'm going over all those BOLs and every single thing that's in there. I'm taking pictures of in case I want to open me a store because I already know what's shipping. So now I'm getting paid twice to do one job.
MOT is actually in the proper position.
God damn it, MOT.
MOT is actually in the proper position because when those autonomous trailers come out, like we were talking about.
Hey, Mike, not to cut you off, I was just finna say that, bro. Amazon warehouse they building, I got to look in it. They will not let anybody take pictures of it.
You're not allowed to. You're not allowed to.
Hell no.
They take their phones from you. But to the point that I was making was that there's a specific term that we covered the other day for trucking, where you have one truck. So MOT would be driving one truck in the front, and the rest of the trucks in the back would be autonomous following his truck.
Daisy chain.
No, it's a specific term. It's not daisy chaining. It's something else.
Or
some type of mirroring,
right.
But yeah.
Yeah, but that's happening, right? So now, owner operator, that MOT is, he's going to be able to take advantage of those type of deals because he's going to be first out of the gate.
Yeah, man. Man,
Yeah.
hey, Mike, let me tell you, Amazon is not fucking around, bro.
Nope, sure isn't.
That warehouse looked like it was out of the movies, dog. And
This the first time you've been there?
that's the first time I've seen it.
Like you were inside of it?
Well, yeah. So now they trying to get everybody to, like what you said, adopt a certain kind of trailer that has some kind of like tracks and stuff on the inside of it.
Yep, smart way and all types of other stuff.
Yep.
Right. So I went to go look at it to, you know what I'm saying? I got to report back to my company and tell them what I seen. And we have to work this in with the maintenance and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And yo, this warehouse is crazy, dog. And I wanted to take pictures and stuff so bad.
Nah,
And
you
they were
couldn't.
like,
They bro, it was
No.
you had to sign papers and everything. Amazon already gone, bro.
non-disclosure, bro.
But look, this system is linked into the DFW airport. That's where it
Yep.
was.
Yeah, because they bought Kiva Systems, and Kiva is the robotic systems.
Robotics.
Yeah.
Logistics.
They rebranded it to Amazon Robotics, but they're about 15 minutes away from where I live, in Boston. So I saw that stuff coming down the pipe years ago.
Bro, so okay, so what how they explain it to me is they actually distribute the weight of the load. It knows how much everything weighs and it places it in the trailer perfectly.
Yep.
They don't even need people to load trailers, man.
Bro.
I seen this probably about 15 years ago at Budweiser in upstate New York. There was a whole warehouse full of automated forklifts. This was 15 years ago. There's no telling what they were doing now. But yeah, working right alongside people. Next thing you know, all the people, quote unquote, lost their jobs. But all the trucks kept shipping out of there. Because those robots were able to work and perfectly load trailers 24 hours a day with no breakage of the freight, period. And that's 15 years ago to now.
Yeah, I heard about that. The Budweiser facility in Connecticut, it's all automated.
Yeah.
Pepsi, is it Pepsi or Coca-Cola? I think they may have an automated warehouse in Bridgewater, Mass.
Okay, well, let me tell you how it is. We're doing like Amazon Freight. I can do everything with an app on my phone. I can check in, check out, scan, do everything. I'm in and out of that facility in 3 minutes.
Kind of, is it similar to it? Well, I don't think it's similar to Uber Freight, is it?
No.
Yeah, it's different. Okay.
Nah,
well, they're both app based, but Amazon, I imagine it's different.
I mean, the time equity of dealing with these people's stuff is amazing. It is amazing.
Amazon is the modern day IBM.
They are.
Yeah, they're modern day IBM.
Yeah.
Literally.
Standard Oil. They are Standard Oil, and they're gonna have to break it up at some point.
That's what I'm.
Let me rephrase that. Amazon Web Services is the new IBM. Not
they definitely are.
Yeah, Amazon Web Services is the new IBM.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So with this trailer system that they got, they own the intellectual property for it.
Yep.
So what they're gonna do is Waybash, Great Dane, all these trailer companies, they're gonna have to implement this system into these trailers.
Yep, the trailer's gonna have the trail. What they're doing is they're giving the trailers intelligence now. Before the trailers were just dumb. They would, they just
it was just a container with wheels. That's not the case anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're moving certain stuff with the DOD or even the DEA, you have to have a certain type of trailer with some of this technology already in it.
Mm-hmm. Well, don't forget. I mean, somebody in the chat that says, "Bro, Amazon are white people."
I was about to delete that shit, dude. That's
I don't know what he. I don't know what he's. I don't know what he. Them cats is talking about at the gaming crew. No offense, but
let me finish the statement. Because Africa, Africa has their own Amazon alternative. I think it's called what's the name of that? There's a
We covered it not too long ago.
Yeah, because they just got some new investment.
As we were talking about African investment. Yeah, we actually talked about
Jumia. Yeah, the name is called Jumia. So they have their own alternative to Amazon in Africa now. So they're supposed to be prized to catch up because all this investment that's being pumped into it. We got to be on the forefront of all that, man. A lot of that stuff is going to pop off real soon, and people are fronting like this ain't going to go down, but it's definitely going to go down, man.
Well, Mike, you know what, Buddy with the truck, he was saying that he don't have to get into the industry. He just gonna buy a company. I was like, it's kind of cringy. It's like you don't have the capital to even
buy a truck.
Right, and the people that's going to be qualified to run that company, they're going to be hired by Amazon. You know what I'm saying? And Google and everybody else, bro. Like,
way more.
Relax.
Yeah.
Yeah. Julian had his hand up. Julian, you have something you want to add here, brother?
Hey, what's going on, Julian?
What's going on, guys?
Chilling.
Put some volume on your mic, please, brother.
Yeah, you kind of low.
Let's see, how can I do that?
You good now? I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just gonna ask, what was the name of that company that was the African Amazon? But I see it's in the chat called Jumia.
Yep, Jumia.
Yeah, Jumia.
All right, appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Who has their hand up? Protomon.
Who's that?
Protomon.
Oh yeah, what's up? You hear me?
We can hear you.
Yo, what's going on, man?
Only thing I want to say is I think the panel's good. My thing is that the one thing I hear very kind of like, I don't want to say elitist talk, but I'll say this. You can't like salt the earth when you're taking over an industry or taking over. You still got to have a working and functioning middle class. And I feel like the panel talks about like the middle class or working class, like they're nothing, they're whatever, which is fine. It makes sense with what's going on. But I do caution this. Since the inception of this whole like mentality of like, because technology is going forward, they can do no wrong, like nerds, technology, we're losing like a lot of like our own personal like freedoms and laws in our country with spying and all that stuff. You know, in China, they have the record-facing conviction surgery. Like,
hey, what freedom and laws?
Hold on.
Let him finish.
Let him rock.
What I mean is that like you're changing the culture where essentially now people are too dumb to realize it, but Facebook, all these things, like I'm a pretty smart, and I know that Facebook was used, in my personal view, to control who now can run and vote on all these policies. And what I mean is that like when it first came out back like 12, 13 years ago, I had a professor told me never to get it. Very, very smart guy, very wealthy. And I listened to him. I never got it. But as I've gotten older and watching it, now let's say you want to run for Congress, you want to run for some place to like control these laws or rules that are going to allow automation or anything to go over, right? Well, now they know like back in, 2003, you said something, whatever, and Zuckerberg and them have a control of it. They have access to everything you ever said, right? So whenever they want, they're slowly starting to codify who's going to run, who'd be the ones to be the fit candidates to even run for these offices, right? And controlling the narrative, controlling the being or whatever. And my thing is, what I'm trying to say is that like, I know like technology is great, but it isn't the best. Like just be like technology without any checks and balances in any industry is horrible. Like the automation.
You're bug chasing. You're bug chasing.
What's what I'm saying? The whole thing with Amazon is great. What I'm trying to say is that when it goes forward and the way it's going, if you're going to give all this power to one entity, right, it would take a long time for them to break it up. Break up Disney, right? They're not even going to do that, right? So when Amazon takes over everything, it'll be run by one central entity, and all the small, like mid-tier companies or middleman companies that you guys say are, whatever, they're not going to be there anymore. You're going to have a situation where we're going to end up like Brazil with favelas where the rich live in the hills with giant freaking gates with spikes on top. I've been to Brazil, and the rest
man, the Hulk Buster armor and everything else. That sounds great.
Living crap, right? And I'm saying that to me, like, it sucks. It's not going to be good. So not that this will change anything, but there needs to be some moral and like some thoughts of like what's going to happen to majority of the rest of the people, because you gotta forget, there's a reason why the elite or the higher class people are always a small percentage of every country. It's never gonna be the majority.
All right, hey Mike, I'm gonna
tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I take exception to
I'll
that.
put my hand up.
And that's. Can I go?
Yeah, you good. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you why I take exception to that, and why I think you bug chasing. That's why I mentioned in the chat. Because I don't know if Mega Man's on the panel, but what I said is he made the statement. He said, "Oh, you guys are hard on the working class. Like it's like the Black Brain Trust sit up here every night slamming the working class." No, we don't. Like I said, it's not my fault. I'm for real. It's not my fault. It's not our fault. It's not anybody else's fault. Because certain people don't want to pile into a library or open the phone or open the tablet and pick up a book of knowledge on something. It doesn't even have to be technology related for real. And that they neglect to do that. I don't consider myself an elitist, and I don't speak expressively for all these guys. But
you don't have to, because we're all working class. That's why
exactly. Exactly. I don't the way you making that statement was not made in the most wise manner. And that's why I said you're bug chasing. He's bug chasing because you didn't explain to us how does that correlate to us being hard on working class people when dang near everybody on the panel has some form of occupation, or if not, they're in the middle of having an occupation working for someone else, or they're self-employed like myself. Either way, we're working class people. We go out and get it every day. So we're not sitting here. That sounds crazy, man.
Let me answer back to you on that one sentence.
Explain what you meant. Make it tie into the point.
Generality. Well, I'll answer you back. The generality of the working class people is not someone that's educated and doing like people don't consider overall, they don't consider people coding or something like that working. Just because
who is they? Who is they?
The majority of people in America.
Who are you speaking for?
Right?
So like, who are you?
Go to the working class, right? When talking about working class, we're talking about blue collar jobs. You know what that is? That's trucking, that's welding, that's building houses.
Wow, you're talking about this very things that a lot of people on this panel and people who contribute to this panel do on a daily basis. Interesting.
I'm not debating that. I'm just telling you that's what the working class is.
I'm saying like the brain trust is reflective of that. I'm really just trying to get you going.
So you can still be in a group and still be hard on it. What's the difference?
I guess I could be just as hard on how we approach. Hold on, Ty. Let me just get this thought out. So we're hard on that, right? Just like others are hard on, say, like the women folk. I mean, what would you actually recommend that I be a staunch critic on? What would you recommend that as a productive Black male, like where my focal point should be in terms of, say, like, collective economics? Like, should I appropriate my attention to business pursuits and industry, or should I appropriate to the quote unquote gynocracy? Like, which one are you?
I don't really understand that question. I don't.
Well, the whole thing about it is this: because if you're serious in any capacity, right? If you're serious about the things that we're serious about, this is how you talk about them. And if it comes off as elitist, then here's what I can say to that: that's not the intent. And two, what comes off as elitist is that's a perceptive issue. Now, what you could do is you could suspend the elitist tone and just receive information. You could do just that and then actually use it to your advantage. That's really what our intention is, you see? So I'm not sure like what our responsibility is to assuage people's feelings or notions that
I'll give it to you this way.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm not going to apologize for having intelligence, man.
I don't want you to apologize. You don't have to apologize because it is me, all right? But I'm telling you this. What I'm trying to say to you this. Look, your goal is to obviously you want more people to acclimate to the way of thinking you have and to go the route you guys are professing going forward in industry and business and tech, right? Which is great. I concur with you. Hence why I listen to the show. Now, there's always an old adage I used to always hear back in the day was you get more money than you do with raid. right? So it's not what you say, it's the way you go about conveying it. Now, some people that are really, really like, you know, I don't know, played sports or something, had rough coaches like me. I don't mind what you say. I really don't. You can say as harsh as it is, but I'm give it to me. But overall, when it comes off to the people that aren't like me, yeah, it seems like you're going hard on the working class. That's just what it.
That's ludicrous. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
There's no offense to
it
you.
is.
There's no offense to you. There's no offense to him.
Let
But I'm
him
not
talk,
gonna let him
man.
off the hook. Hold on. I'm not gonna let him off the hook. I'm not gonna let that off the hook. That's the most ludicrous thing I've heard to end 2019. That's ludicrous. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Tell me. Explain yourself.
I'm going to. That is ludicrous because basically what you're saying is, oh, don't tell people who might not have gone to a 2-year or a 3-year or 4-year college, who might not have, or who work in an office sitting down 8 hours a day typing, or medical billing coding at its worst. Don't tell them about what's going to happen to them if they don't begin to assess their situation and take some form of action to get themselves out of a dark situation that's going to come upon them, because they won't be as useful. Or better yet, I have a better example. That's like me telling my actual brother, who didn't graduate with a damn GED or high school diploma, who, instead of saying, hey, bro, you should go work for Uber and Lyft, man, instead of sitting in front of these old grocery stores doing old school, cab trips, bootlegs. I'm not finna do that. That's the white man's thing. I'm not finna work for those people. But dude, you just drive around drinking beer all day doing bootleg trips when you could be making $70, $80, $100,000 legitimately. So what you're saying is we're hard on people like that. Mike shouldn't be stern and firm in telling the truth about what's going to happen to people who don't assess their situation, get their act together, and make an adjustment so that they won't be people who are having lack. That's why I said it's ludicrous. I'm not going to let you off the hook with that, man.
You completely misconstrued what I said. All right. So I'll tell it to you pretty straightforward and unequivocally. I'm not saying you can say whatever you want. What I'm trying to say to you is this. The vibe I get when I listen to the panel is there's a lot of glee sold in the telling of how these people are screwed over and the people that are smarter are getting over. There's a glee to it. There's no taking into account the effects of the companies, what they're going to do, whatever. Not economically, socially, and culturally to the people that, let's say they do get, let's say, for example, you're talking about automation, now it's taking over the truck industry, right? And the whole time you're talking in the panel, I've heard like, oh, well, dude, they're done. It's going to go this way. It's going to go this way. Amazon does this. And I'm looking at it like, yeah, you're right. I could see that. But the other part of me is kind of, well, crap, I don't want to have even if Amazon's more efficient, why the hell would I want one company to control all the trucking in America? Like, who the hell wants that? Heck no.
I'm not Amazon, but I work with Amazon. I'm following the trends, and I'm taking the most advantage of it.
Well, hold on. He's answering the question. Wait, hold on. MOT's answering the question, though.
Anyone want that?
Wait, hold on. Let MOT answer that question, though.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, well, let me tell you what's going on here. You want to try to attach morality and feelings to trends. And you want
technology
us to talk nice
and innovation. It doesn't care about what you think or how you perceive it.
The reason why we're talking about it is to give people a choice to modernize or get left behind. One day, I ended up homeless because I didn't modernize. And then I did, and then I decided to never get left behind by going and ongoing trends. So it's easy as you see 100,000 views on like a DJ Vlad TV nonsense. We can have 100,000 views on here. It's just that people don't want to take that type of stuff seriously. And guess what? Those people in those comment sections, they're pretty gleeful about the stuff that they talk about. How come we don't get to be gleeful about the shit that we want to talk about? Like,
MOT, let me speak to that for just a moment.
Okay. Right.
Because I fundamentally have a problem with this type of critique, and the reason being is because I hear way more glee and poisonous, salacious shit that's said in other venues, right? But let us have like a position of staunch fucking intellectualism, and all of a sudden you're an elitist. I mean, dude, like, hold on, let me just finish though, because I had to get that out because I'm getting real sick and tired of Black culture being very accepted of like aggressive ignorance, but not accommodating and accepting of aggressive intelligence. So I'm gonna put that on the fucking record, and hopefully for 2020, that's something we can throw on the agenda, and we can address that shit and maybe change the nature of that as well. But
I mean,
go ahead.
I mean, like, you had people who actually came out and were castigating working class Black people for having interests, and the only interest that wasn't solely going after unworthwhile people in the community. Yes, they tried to castigate us and call us educated lames because we wanted to actually participate in society and acclimate to our environment. I didn't hear you part of any of those discussions coming up and telling those people to shut the hell up or treat people with a level of intellect.
Is anybody going on Niggathon panels saying, I don't know if this is like good? No one's doing that, but when it comes to very real intellectual discussions about very real things that'll impact us in a very real way.
Hey,
I go to MIDA panels and I say,
Brittany, relax.
And the only thing I want to say is this: when Ty City said about me about there's never been a moral base with technology, he's unequivocally wrong. You do know, like,
whoa! Don't put words in my mouth. What the fuck?
We've had a way of making cars that ran outside of gasoline for a long time, but the
wait a second.
Society decided morally they couldn't do that to the working class.
Brittany, what did I say?
You said that you said you're equating a moral basis to technology when there is none and there shouldn't be any. And I said,
no, I didn't. I said technology and innovation doesn't care how you feel.
It may not care how individually feel. For society,
I don't know where you get. I don't know where you get.
I don't know where you get this, in the society to stop it from going as fast as
Hold on. I'm gonna make another point because I actually had 2 points and I got lost in it, but that just brought it back up. So let's speak to that, right? Because don't you think that the interface between the population or the consumer and corporate entities and industries is government, right? So government essentially mandates how companies are going to make things and then how it's going to get into the hands of the consumer, right?
Yeah.
So that buffer zone or that middle class is actually going to be government. Now, that's not to say that in other discussions that we have, I mean, shit, we touch on key aspects of all this stuff, politics being one of them. Okay. See, so that what you're talking about has largely to do with how your government decides it is going to interface with the oncoming industrial changes. Is it going to be open?
Are you guys all staunch capitalists, like 100%?
What?
I'm a free market / capitalist type of guy. That's how I get down.
Look. Some people are free market capitalists. Some people are Trump supporters. Some people are Democrats. Some people are independents. Some of us are technocrats. We're a mixed bag, bro.
Economic ideology, is it staunch capitalism?
Like, do you think the Black Brain Trust are elitist and capitalist?
It does matter. 100%.
No,
well, you know, it's interesting.
The way I see it is the way I see the people going and the ideology they're pushing with the people that when they talk about the automation, all these things.
Mm-hmm.
You guys talk about it as if, well, it's taking over. You can't stop it. We're not gonna try and stop it or even put things in to make it slower. It's gonna go as fast as it can. Woo. Amazon's gonna do all this and that. And I'm looking at kind of like, well, that's awesome. You sound like staunch capitalists.
Do you think we're capitalists and elitists?
Like me?
Yes, you. No. This is what I asked. Awesome. I'm getting straight to the heart of the matter. Hold on.
What it does everything else.
I'm getting straight to the heart of the matter because people in the comments are saying, because I'll be honest, what you're talking about right now is not productive to the Black Brain Trust and to what we put out. So I'm going to ask you straight. Do you think the Black Brain Trust and the people who comprise of the Black Brain Trust. You voted yourself off of that reservation by saying you don't believe you're an elitist or a capitalist. So based on Mega Man, hold on. Let me finish.
I said 100% equivocally I am. Ask Tyson, he's a million times.
Just let me finish. Do you think we're elitist or capitalist?
One is exclusive from the other.
It's a yes or no question.
Well,
man.
you can say yes to both, yes to one.
yes
You say yes to both, yes to one. It could be 50-50.
I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to ask you again. Do you think the Black Brain Trust are elitist and capitalistic in their thinking to the demise of other people, based on what your colleague just said? Yes or no?
That's a loaded question.
Yes or no?
This is why women don't need to be on these panels, man.
I'm done with
this. This is why I don't like women coming on the panels, man.
Well, no. Let me circle it back. No, you good, Cyber. So check it. Like, let's circle it back. So, just as much as we talk about all of these things, we also talk about the social equity components.
Okay.
We also talk about social policies. We also talk about trying. Look. This is part of what we have started to tabulate over the last few weeks. What the significance of 3.1 is, a sort of like a nuts and bolts agenda, right? That clearly sort of outlines what and it's not, when I say our, I'm just saying this is what would be generally beneficial to Black men. Doesn't really fucking matter, like if you're from the South, West Coast, East Coast, whatever your religious leanings, your social ideologies, whatever. We're literally just talking about an agenda that will, regardless of environment, start to move you up into the social rank and the social hierarchy, right? And it largely has to do with things like being tech centered, being fourth industrial centered. Okay. See, so this isn't an exercise in assuaging people's feelings about things, whether it comes across as elitist or not. Like I said, I don't hear this type of pushback when there is just like insane amounts of fucking ignorance and pure stupidity and fuckery going on in Black. I don't hear not a peep, but elitist.
Wait, so
like
can I chime in real quick?
Go ahead, dude.
See, so what happens is you come in, you put the onus on us to be moral in the delivery of what's actually going on. So I want to know from you, like, what is your solution? What do you feel should be happening?
What specific question?
To what?
What question do you want my solution?
How do you feel the information should be delivered in a way that doesn't make you feel like everyone's being elitist?
Oh, me personally? Well, me, I don't really care, but for the average person,
whoa. You don't care?
Yeah.
The fuck?
That disqualifies you 100% from what's being talked about here.
Let's go ahead and shift the conversation back to something else, man, because no, we ain't about that shit.
That statement disqualifies him
See,
from
that's
anything
what I'm
else.
saying, man. Y'all don't understand these things, bro. Some people like the attention, dog, and it's annoying as fuck.
No, it's cool, Ty. We're done with this. 8:30 now, so we're gonna move on to.
That is that wholesale fuck shit right there.
Who is that?
I ran into on the panel about
No, that's Dr. Phoenix. Hey, Dr. Phoenix. Hey, put some volume on your mic, yo. That's Dr. Phoenix.
I'll tell you my solution. You guys are trying to like get on me because you're getting on me with stuff. You're putting stuff on me. I'll say to you this. My solution for it, if I'm going to tell you what I'm complain about, is this. When you talk about the change of automation, what's going on with it, my advice, when you're talking about what's going to happen to the working class people of any race, if you're talking about Black people,
we talk about us. We're talking about what's going to happen to us. We are working class.
With you.
Okay, now you're telling us how to talk about ourselves.
When you talk about it, you ask me a question, I want to answer it to you. When you talk,
answer it.
I personally feel, for me, there should be putting some like I don't want to say putting some compassion on, okay, you are a trucker and yeah, you do make this, but yeah, in 10 years from what we're looking at our schematics, this is going to be gone. Like Jim or whoever you're talking to, maybe you should try this and that instead of it being more of a like, oh well, you're screwed, you're done. It's all
Who said
No one
that?
said that.
Who
No one
said
said
that?
that shit, man. No one's saying
I'm not
that.
saying whatever. I'm just telling you. You asked me my opinion. I'm giving it to you, so you
Yeah,
can.
but your
Well, we're
opinion
gonna
doesn't include
clarify
an
that because that's
example
that
from
you
us.
putting out false narratives, bro, and that's what we're talking about, man. Like we're pretty
Nobody
fucking
said
firm.
that.
That's what I mean. We're pretty fucking firm on what we've been standing on since goddamn 2017 when we started all this shit. Nothing has changed.
Okay.
Nothing, dude.
I
Absolutely
literally
nothing has changed.
thought you had a good example.
That was a good example. You asked me, Ty. You asked me. I answered.
Yeah, the example you used wasn't applicable to us.
What example do you want me to use?
You discredited yourself already. So
I'm
you
saying,
guys can ask him whatever.
let's move on to other, let's
Your
move
whole
on to more
argument
productive
is
discussion, man.
disingenuous.
It is what it is.
More
You
productive
gotta do.
discussion, man.
No, it is what it is. You're disingenuous.
All right.
Yeah, Mike. Let's move on, man.
Vision has his hand raised. Vision, go ahead.
Hello?
Sir?
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, how are you guys doing?
We're good, brother. How are you?
Oh, I'm still learning. I'm still learning. I'm still learning.
Okay.
It's a nearly fuller term. I want to say I really appreciate what the Black Brain Trust does.
Which country are you from?
Oh, I'm in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm up north.
Okay.
It was snowing the other day, but I really appreciate what you guys are doing because I came to a point where like I live in a integrated system. I don't want to sound smarter than I don't want to sound smart, but I live in an integrated system where we're integrated with whites, it's mostly Serbians, Polish, whatever, right? So it's I see a different thing, and sometimes you don't see successful Black men as often down here. It's really controlled. So like when I found out about you guys, it kind of inspired me, like to get myself together because I sort of fell through the cracks. Mm-hmm. And the way I found out about you guys is kind of funny. I was watching the Joker movie, and then that one scene where he kills the 3 people, and then you guys talked about it, and then I went on the net to kind of figure that out, and then I accidentally came to you guys, and then by finding you guys, I found out like King Sigma, Solo 84 TV, even Xanatol's Clutch. He's funny, very funny dude, and it kind of like you guys are doing a great job, man. Like you guys are inspirational. Like you got a Dr. Phoenix, that's great. You got engineers, you got computer science guys, you got business owners, and we're out here. We need this, man. We need this. That's all I want to say. And
man, we got blue collar guys. We got everything, man.
Yeah,
man.
Thank you for the compliments, man.
That's all.
Thank you.
That's all I gotta say. This conversation is a little bit beyond my knowledge, so I'm just gonna listen. I'm still even trying to learn how to use this thing, so I'm just gonna. Have a good day.
Yeah, stick around though, man. Stick around. If you got any questions or just want to put in on a point or something, man, just stick around.
One thing I do want to say is like I when you go through certain things, you want to join the Hotep Communist Brothers, right? Because you get angry and things like that. No, you get angry, bro. You know? And
wait, even in Canada?
Oh yeah, bro. Listen, Dr. Munwali, yes. Dr. Munwali Barudi and Neely Fuller Jr. got it right. Like this system is a global system. It's global, man. It affects. It doesn't. You cannot escape it. So you get angry and then you try to get militant, even though you're not. And my question for you, and so one thing I did learn from the Hotep brothers was, we never send money to our elders, like people who are teaching us. So like the one thing is like once you guys don't seem to ask for money, but like what in the future if you want like donations or memberships, so like people who like work at grocery stores, maybe they like contribute $25 a month, and then people who make a little bit more money contribute $100 a month, and then you guys can start doing things with the money. Like we gotta start managing ourselves is what I'm saying. But we gotta unite, bro, because it's just us, man.
No, you're hitting the nail right on the head. We covered an article last night that kind of highlighted from a brother who is actually doing the same thing that we're doing. So we're not the ones out there, but we're also on the same page with other people who see the necessity to actually do what we're doing. So, but thank you for the compliments, man. I want to drop down to the panel.
All right, peace.
All right, peace.
Yeah, I want to get to King Sigma because King Sigma in the chat said that automation will create more jobs than it loses, but I'm not seeing any real,
of what kind though?
Right, but I'm not seeing the real application when we talk in context to where this is going to lead Black people too. Because if you think you're going to create automated systems down in Mississippi, and that those same people in Mississippi who couldn't fill out a job application are suddenly going to be developers, I just don't see how that's going to be the case.
I mean, but he is correct in theory, but not correct in practice for the same people who lose their jobs.
Right. But you're not going to go from bagging groceries at Kroger or Piggly Wiggly, and then all of a sudden now, you know, you're the blockchain, you know, architect. It's not how
see, this is my thing. It's like, it's kind of like this false equivalence, right? Like as if, okay, if and I used this example earlier on Ramil's Hangout. I said, okay, if you have a cashier who loses their job because an automated kiosk pops up in a McDonald's, okay, that cashier is not going to make a lateral move to blockchain programmer.
No.
That's not. It's not an equal. It's not. It's an off balanced employment market that we're looking at. It's basically like, okay, if your third industrial revolution based entry level job is replaced by automation, you're not a prime candidate for the entry level job in the fourth industrial based environment. This is why we pointed out just a couple nights ago that Tesla is basically hiring electric car technicians at the manufacturing facility with no more than just a high school or GED, credential. And that is what your new entry level position is going to look like.
Yeah.
It's not the old entry level, what we typically associate with entry level jobs. No, entry level now is assembling electric cars. This is the whole point we're making.
Yep. And this is from the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration. 37,133 people have been killed in motor vehicle accidents in 2017. Out of all of that, only one was an autonomous vehicle.
Can anyone hear me? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now, brother. What's going on?
Yeah. Happy New Year to everyone in the chat and on the panel. I'm just gonna say this to the gentleman that was speaking earlier. That is that fuck shit. That is that same bullshit that I've been hearing since I've been coming in this space. This idea where brothers just being intellectual is a problem and complex is exactly correct. He's absolutely right.
Speak on it.
No pushback at all against the dumb nigga shit, stupid attitude. I mean, in healthcare, we have a term we use. It's called John Henryism. And anyone's familiar with the story of John Henry, basically it was the super nigga, it was the story of the super nigga, if you will. And that's what's going on here. Black folks think that they're somehow immune to all of these technological changes that are coming, that have came, and that are currently in the pipeline. We think that somehow we're gonna weather this storm just doing baseline, rudimentary jobs and having bottom barrel attitudes in our approach towards building wealth and having a sustainable future going in the 21st century and beyond. And unfortunately, brothers get called elitist for arguing that Black folks should be more forward thinking and progressive, but we don't call niggas rudimentary and retarded for spitting dumb shit like some of the crazy shit I've been spitting in this space now since I've been coming on these panels since the summer. A couple weeks ago when Mike had invited me to do the maternal fetal health hangout, there was another brother on the panel, anyone not familiar, but he's a military physician. Now the first thing he said when he came on the panel, I think he heard me speaking for about an hour or so.
Yeah, dark side.
Yeah. First thing he did was congratulate us. And then he said, well, brother, you gave an our CME course? This is some high level shit. So again, if we're getting credit from the kind of information that we're giving out, and at least the information that I'm on these panels is being validated. A week ago, I'm having to argue with a nameless fat bitch about whether or not Black women have goddamn osteoporosis or not. And this is this dumb thing. I'm sorry. you know, going in the future, for me at least, I'm not gonna be on so many panels like that. One, I'm actually starting back school next week. The new semester starting for me next week. But also, two, I'm gonna be working on some projects here and there, so I'm really busy. I still try to do my Saturdays and stuff like that when or if Mike wants me to come on for something special, I can make time for that. As a whole, man, it's just too much dumb niggas out here in these YouTube streets. It really is. Black folks really think we're gonna make it in the 21st century with the bottom barrel rudimentary things. Mm-hmm. And there's zero pushback for the dumb shit that I've been hearing on panels now for months.
Absolutely none.
It's
amazing. It is fucking amazing.
I mean,
it is absolutely.
Just talking about immaculate conception, black women impregnating themselves, niggas talking about maggots and maggots growing in acid and shit. Like, get the fuck out of here. I mean, we meet real life problems with esoteric and spiritual thinking. Because you know why? Because niggas ain't got no answers for these young people. That's why you get mad with this shit. Yeah. When you ain't got no answers, niggas devolve into rudimentary, esoteric, spiritual thinking. That's what happened to Complex on that panel earlier today. I heard part of the panel with him and Dude where Ramil was on. I like the brother Ramil. He's a very fair-minded brother.
Yeah.
But I keep it real, man. There's too many of these goddamn. I'm sorry, that spiritual esoteric, that shit's dead in the 21st century. I'm sorry, niggas been doing this for 40 years now, 40, 50 fucking years. Niggas ain't got nowhere else. So
no, we're in the era of the data scientist, man. Like, there's no time for that shit. I hate to say it, but
how many times have I been coming out here talking about all these? You literally got the NIH literally begging people to fucking come be PhD scientists. They will pay for you, give you funding, give you a stipend, and then you get a nice high-paying job with all the government benefits. I mean, I'm not saying that's the end all be all, but it's certainly
but that's the path.
Yeah, I don't understand this pervasive thought that black folks think that we're really gonna get somewhere. I mean, there's a lot of studies that already show black people as a whole, by the time they're 18, most black folks and black males in particular have a fourth grade reading level. All you have to do is Google black folks and low academic achievement. Shortage of articles from the New York Times, the LA Times, the Chicago Tribune, the Washington Post, the Washington Times, the NIH, every damn thing, every goddamn major goddamn institution out here they're all saying the same damn thing. And
right.
Black folks are really silly enough to believe that your enemies don't know you.
So Dr. Phoenix, so we start to espouse early childhood education and what are some of the better environments, particularly for black children, hence the Montessori education hangout that we did and all of the supplemental discussions that we've had about it too. Thank you.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem, and it's this simple. They want to protect this endangered species called niggas. We're not here for that, dude. We're not here for that. We're not. We're not making room for niggas, turning them into technological niggas. Like, nah, man. Like, we're not trying to niggify everything that we do. Period. And the moment you start moving on from the thought and the concept of niggas, these niggas fucking like cannonball into the fucking conversation. Like, oh shit, you're leaving niggas behind again. We sick, boss. Like, come on, man. Like, what the fuck?
Man, it goes even deeper than that. Again, it's because when these dudes when you start to really question them, you start to talk to them, these niggas ain't got no real answers. That's why none of them can never lay out a cohesive plan for what they're doing in their lives. Hell, most of them got kids. They ain't got no answers for their damn grown-ass children. Your damn child coming to you asking you, well, hey, Dad, I'm going to pay for college. I'll go pay for college tuition. Well, son, I don't know. Maybe you can, you could try this or try that. Niggas ain't got
shit, nigga, get a job in Walmart, motherfucker. Like,
I mean,
it's a lot of filibustering.
Yeah, it is.
This is absolutely insane, the levels of stupidity out here among black folks. And I'm not saying black folks are stupid, but I am saying that there's a lot of pervasive ignorance in Black society about everything. And there's this honest belief that Black folks are invincible, they are immune, niggas can't, this country somehow needs you. Why do you think they got AI in the first place, dumb niggas? They don't want you. They don't. Again, the only people that are going to be able to survive in the 21st century are truly those folks who have made investments into themselves, into their families and their communities. Because again, we keep having these conversations, but none of it never comes back down to some of the most fundamental flaws in Black society is that most of the niggas around today were unwanted and unplanned for.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they don't want you to move on without them.
Yeah,
as soon as you even look like you're moving any step, they come in and they try to dogpile and don't allow your ass to move anywhere. It's crazy.
Yeah, let me go to Salchi.
Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Salchi has his hand up.
Hey, guys, this is
Hey,
Maurice.
what's going on, Salchi? Long time, bro.
What's going on?
Man. Yeah, it's been a while. Can you guys hear me good?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. What's going on?
Perfect. It's always a pleasure to be on. Always great information. My thing is, as usual, man, I just my emotions don't matter. So when I say this, these are numbers that are being put out. The Chinese are ahead by at least 4 years, ahead of white people in America. And then supposedly the white man is the standard. So if the white man's a standard and black people are behind on average by 7 years, and those are the statistics being put out. My opinion, those are extremely conservative. Urgency is required at a minimum. Don't have time to be debating over something that has happened 100 plus years ago. Yes, it has happened. What is that doing for you right now? What is that going to do for your children? What is that going to do for your great grandchildren, if you have any, or your immediate friends and family? That's what matters. So when Mike, Complex, or any of these guys on here on Great Trust are, they're just giving you information firsthand and or through rigorous research. So it's just giving out the best information that they can give out so you can actually do something with your life to improve. That should be the only critique. Am I taking this information? Is it working for me? And then is it working for the people around me?
And
That's
if you
as far
got
as it needs to go.
And if you got some data that either runs counter to what we're talking about, or you got some additional intel that needs to be considered, so that we, in order to have a more fuller, well-rounded analysis, we always drop the link in the chat. We always ask people to come up. We always ask people, we said this is a decentralized platform. We ain't never been closed bordered or anything. So, like, come on, man. Nah, man. Now ain't the time for that shit.
Shout out Nagone. There is no debate. There is no debate.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, you good, bro?
Oh yeah. I'll let you go first, bro.
Yeah, I just want to give this one's a shout out to the brother Ty City, because that video he put up about a week or two ago with his son, that was, had the blocks and says ABCs. I think his son was about 1. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And yet, like I said before, most black folks that are around today, they just don't want to admit it. Your parents probably finally told you, but you were unplanned for and you were unwanted. That's why Negroes don't have no plan. And that's why none of them can ever, that's why none of them, when you ask them these questions, they can never tell you, they can never give you a rational answer. There's always some deflection or some esoteric spiritual talk about how we all one people and all this other bull crap. But no, when I first started come on and there was that talk about the Montessori schools, and it was Complex and Paul Bryan was speaking about how they sent their respective children to Montessori school and what that has done for them, how that laid a foundation for their future success. And yet, we got the average black child can't even make it out. Well, by the time he's in 4th grade, he's already 2-3 grade level.
Phoenix, your mic is breaking up if you can hear us.
Yeah, and if a moderator's listening zone or anybody,
Yeah,
oh wait, there he is.
We're somehow the 21st century.
Hey, can you guys? Yeah, hey, Dr. Phoenix. Mad props to you, sir. And I appreciate you coming on, giving your opinion and doing mental kung fu with a lot of people. But I wanted to chime in from the peanut gallery, as you know, I'm out here working and listening to y'all. I want to try from this angle because I really appreciate Ty City, Complex, Mike, Dr. Phoenix. Man, you guys are superheroes in these streets, battling the dumbness.
Man.
I'm being serious, man. I'm being serious. You guys are the Justice League, man. I'm being serious. When y'all come on those panels and y'all mentally destroy people, here's the thing, right? When Dr. Phoenix was having that conversation with that chick last week, she did not comprehend how bad she sounded coming into a conversation extremely condescending. And all he was doing is laying out information. And she went after him personally, making herself look bad. Because I, as a black man, I've seen that. I never understood what it was until like these panel talks.
Mm-hmm.
I've never understood it. Like I've been in that conversation. I've seen that conversation. I've had that conversation in my family. But to see our brothers come in there with this mental muscle and might and skill and this destroy people, man. And I get it. You guys are in the middle of it, so you don't really see what the audience is seeing. But man, you guys are handling things masterfully. And I love the way you add counterbalance of logic to these conversations, because without y'all, it's an echo chamber of just ideology, ego, and crazy. Y'all come in with light. I'm serious. Like I'm gonna do listening because I heard a bit what Complex was doing. He was just laying out logistical facts, what was going on the ground versus egos and ideology, and it was needed. And I guarantee you, folk who are coming up behind us need to hear that level of dialogue. So I say this, right, Dr. Phoenix, sir, please continue participating, and I'll send you some money to help with the frustration, to cover you some coffee or food. But please be a part of it. I'm serious, bro. Complex, you send me the cash out, bro. I got you on lunch. We need y'all in these streets.
Here's the thing, brother.
We need y'all.
I don't do this for money. I could care less about the money involved with the shit. This is not even about money. This is legitimately about, I really do want to see black folks succeed. But if I gotta fight and argue with the very damn people I'm trying to help, you know, this really kind of makes it really counterproductive.
Let me follow up. I think you are helping, while you're not helping within the moment of going back and forth with people on the panel. Other men are listening later and listening in real time. Who doesn't have the courage, or maybe doesn't have the verbal skill to kind of participate. But dog, we're listening, man. We are listening, and we're making slow change. We're making incremental changes in our lives.
That's the whole reason why we stand to shut down. Why we stand to shut down the mental foolery, the mental debauchery out there. We just not gonna give that stuff a pass. Of course, we'll listen, like you know, to if you have something that you feel it's valid, but we're not gonna let that foolishness just come and sit and spread and develop. It's not gonna happen, man.
Yeah, I think this talk right now kind of serves as the kind of the location where I don't think it could even coexist in this space. Honestly, I don't think anybody can come into these panels and talk crazy.
No, we ain't having that, man. We ain't having.
No, the funny thing about that argument that really pissed me off about that, because the chick really tried to discredit me, but then after Kevin Samuels and Obsidian questioned her, kind of find out this chick probably didn't even write her own goddamn entrance essay to get into public. Her ex-boyfriend wrote it.
Plagiarism.
Yeah, her boyfriend wrote it, but she had nothing but straight trash to talk about this brother. And Kevin Samuels kept reading, they went in on him, they roasted him. And it was just like, really, you came on there specifically to troll me, to discredit me, but yet, all I'm just speaking to is that The numbers that you all see them as health, all these health statistics out there, I'm telling you all, it's a lot worse than it's being reported.
Oh no, the part that was amazing about the whole dialogue, the part that was amazing, right? So you had 15 to 20 years of healthcare professional experience in the field, tours, and it was quickly dismissed because you didn't have a label of doctor, ignoring everything that you kind of laid out. And the part that was amazing about that dialogue, it was, I know people like her. I got people like her in my life. I know every Black man does. And to see it happen in real time, and to see a brother like you, Dr. Phoenix, who comes on these panels and gives information that you would normally have to pay for her to come into this, you felt some type of way, which is evident. And then the young brothers need to see those conversations happen because they see it all the time. They just don't understand them.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you, bro. I really do.
Yeah, I appreciate it, brother. Like I said, I thank you very much. I don't do this for money. For me, to just have legitimate love and respect, because I really do want to see Black folks make it. But specifically, I aim most of my information at brothers. I don't even talk about women. That's really the part that bugs me the most, because I don't talk about women. Now, given everything that I know about health and healthcare, if I really wanted to do some dirty shit, I'll be like Tommy Sotomayor and have like 40 goddamn channels because they be deleting me every single damn day. Some stuff I can put out, but I don't, because that's not how I get down. I don't typically argue with women and stuff like that. I just state the facts as they are. It is what it is. But this pervasive idea where Black folks really think that rudimentary, retarded regret thinking is gonna work in the 21st century. Black people are sorely mistaken.
No, I think it's a small minority, and then I also want to make sure I paint this. It's not about the money. I'm saying is like, I wouldn't want you to leave the space in frustration because in the moment you was something happened, you was disrespected, you wasn't getting your point across. What I'm saying is this: that interchange between you two is a lot, in my personal opinion. I get a lot more from having somebody of your intellect go toe to toe with somebody of her intellect, because it really kind of made that whole thing that happened last time made her look so bad. And then Kevin came in with a finishing move, and my mind was like, yo, I would never want to date or marry or deal with anybody who thought like that. That's why I came away from that. I'm like, man, I can't build nothing with that person.
Yeah. I mean, the misandry is actually real. Let me get to this topic, because King only has so much time on the panel. So we were talking about automation and how that's going to affect Black people. We've covered several articles about this from the World Economic Forum as well as the United Nations. And this is a recent article from the other day on the World Economic Forum. 50% of jobs are ready for automation. So are you prepared? King Sigma, you have anything you want to talk about?
Yeah, so Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year.
I hope that
Happy New Year, bro.
Yeah, I hope that you guys took some
Happy New Year,
time. Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, you good.
Okay. Yeah. I hope that you guys have taken, some time off to reflect on 2019 and, think about where you're trying to take this thing in 2020. And definitely anyone out there that you're going to be on the road, stay safe tonight. But I wanted to jump in on this because I'm always searching for, people to, stimulate certain conversation, and then also to stimulate my interest in a topic that I don't know a lot about. And, you guys have been talking about automation and the UBI. So it kind of forced me to, get back into the books for a couple of days and, look at some of the studies out there. And it's just that the information I'm seeing, it counters the more popular narrative in this space of automation being a net negative versus being a net benefit. So to me, based on everything that I've read so far, and I got the reports, I got the information, that we can, we can go back and forth over the points and see and let the audience decide on which one do they think is more convincing. But
hold on, because I have to stop you, because no one ever said that it would be a net negative versus a net positive.
Well, I've been hearing most of that.
Well, it's a net. It would be a
jobs
net
lost.
positive. No, see, so the whole thing is this: our premise for what we do, in terms of talking about technology, talking about IT certifications, blockchain technology, all this and all that, is so that it becomes a net positive. That's the whole impetus for what we do, King Sigma.
Well, I'm saying that it's already a net positive, though. That's what I'm saying. It's already a net positive and has been.
What I'm saying is, there's been no argument to say that it's one thing or the other. We're merely serving as functionaries. So we're providing information. We're discussing the subject matter as it relates to the IT sector, if it's coding, if it's blockchain, if it's IoT, if it's all these things. We're not the arbiters of whether or not this will be a net negative or net positive. Now, I can say this unequivocally, and this point was just noted maybe about 10, 15 minutes ago. If you were to look at content consumption amongst the Black YouTube constituency writ large, I mean, just by viewership numbers, it would indicate and suggest that this type of subject matter isn't of high priority. So if we also take into account into consideration social positioning, okay, from an education standpoint, we're not necessarily the most educated at this particular point in time to leverage these trends. There's a whole host of other issues. If you were even to let Black YouTube Manosphere tell it, you can't do anything because the gynocracy's got its foot on your neck right now. So that's the first thing you need to deal with before anything else.
Hey, Complex.
So
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Because
sure.
when we're automation, I don't want it to be a runaway train. King Sigma, this is Cyberdyne. Greetings and Happy New Year's. I'm curious. Can you expound on the net positive? Because I see Mike has the graphics up there, so I kind of like to hear your research.
Well, you know, it's just we all have perceptions, so that's Complex's explanation. But I've listened to enough conversations and waited until I felt confident to respond. But I felt that, and this is just my opinion, that the perception that there was more of a net negative impact of this automation on the U.S. economy and Western economies than positive. Now he said that
that's an opinion that you're having of my position?
Well, it's just been the Black Brain Trust opinion on these conversations as I've
but I just stated it unequivocally though, and I backed it. We have the content.
You weren't listening. You weren't listening. I just said, I actually qualify what I just said. You didn't even listen to anything I just said. I said my perception of it was one thing, and that you clarified that it was something else, and then you just cut me off. I already qualified and explained that it's an opinion, and that's my perception of the conversation. So I thought
what I'm saying is that it can be an opinion, but in light of the fact that the content that we produce actually supports our position, I would have to inform you that you may need to reevaluate your opinion.
Well, I'll have to go back and look at some of the specific chats that I'm referring to.
Like I said, the ones that I'm going to be referring to specifically are going to be all of the IT certification and the tech summits.
Now,
specifically, I would also say blockchain too. I would also pull all of those up, go through all of them, and then come back and tell me if you have the same opinion.
Well, I had the same opinion based on my conversation with you guys last time I was on the panel and we talked about this, so I can refer to that. And we were talking about specifically automation, not IT certification. We were talking about automation. Yes. So I only want to talk about the automation thing, not the IT certification. No one, I didn't come on here to say that you guys aren't. I'm talking about automation and its impact.
Do you understand how these things are interconnected?
Well, wait, just hold on. If I may, on the automation piece, right?
Yeah.
As a technologist, I can respect, I think, what King Sigma is bringing to the round table here. I will say, if I had to step outside of being a technologist, obviously we all can see where there's going to be a negative impression on automation because, well, it's taking the place of something that could have been done or that isn't being done as efficiently. However, as a technologist, sticking just on this and sitting behind the curtain, doing the things, giving the computers the instructions to do these things, to perform, any type of automated task, I'm not going to be specific, but just automation in general, it's a good thing simply because the world we live in, as we know, it's changed. You know, computing is faster, smarter, better, and as long as we're being driven by commerce, you know, in today's world, we're gonna have to be able to keep up with the technology that's being put out there that allows us to have a stable, functional society, as well as have room for improvement. And so within that realm of automation, kind of going to what Complex is hinting at, but coming from it as a person who is a computer scientist, one of the many people, Mike, you know, all those guys, we're telling people, here's how you win. Here are the books, here are the manuals, here are the labels. Mike's got graphics up there on the screen with some percentages. Here's the information. Here are the options charts. Here's what's going on in this multiverse where all this is taking place. And, you know, here's how you win. And here's what will happen if you don't follow certain plays or if you don't play at all. You stand to lose. Whether people want to be on one side or the other, that's on them. But I definitely respect, you know, and I understand what you're trying to say. That's why I had asked just for for you to expound on that. So I appreciate it.
Here's us also demonstrating the technology. We're hands-on with it too. Let's
yes.
There's that part.
Yeah, let's hear what King Sigma has to say. He only has so much time to be on the panel.
No, you good. Yeah.
Now, Cyberdown, you said you had a direct question for me. Could you go ahead?
A direct question? No,
Yeah,
no. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I had heard that you said it was already a net positive. I was just wondering, you know, could you share some of the information that you had on that?
Okay, yeah. So what I did is that, you know, I looked for the major players in doing these kind of speculations, and I came to the big four accounting and consulting firms. So I looked through their 4 reports. The one that stood out to me the most was one from Deloitte just a couple years ago. And they've been studying this. Most of you guys know that Deloitte is considered one of the big 4 accounting firms, but it's also the #1 consulting firm for the largest companies in London and in the United States. So they've been studying the impact of automation on the clients that they represent. And they represent all the blue chip companies. They had been getting a lot of feedback from theoretical academics and different sources saying that, you know, automation was going to take out all these jobs and it was going to be a net negative. Well, so Deloitte, they commissioned a report. They got together with different economists that work with them, and they got with the Oxford University, and they studied the last, at that time, 16 years. So from 2000 to 2016. And they studied the UK, for example. They wanted to take, because that's the financial capital of the world. Even though most people think it's New York, it's actually London. So they did the study. They found out that throughout the UK, all of its nations that are part of the UK and all of the regions, that it had been a huge positive in the sense that even though automations from 2000 to 2016 had eliminated 800,000 jobs, it had actually created an additional 2.7 million jobs.
In what sectors?
Oh, these were the professional sectors. So I believe it was, these are jobs that usually pay over like 25,000, they said. And
right, in what sectors?
The specific sectors, let me see. Some of them were in technology, creative occupations, business, and professional services and caring professions.
Okay.
Now, the caring profession is interesting because we can use it as a good case study. So nursing, right? Nursing is one of the professions that they mentioned in the study. And there's a severe shortage of nurses from 2000 to the next 10 years. And here's why.
Are you familiar with Dr. Phoenix?
Do you want me to finish?
Let him finish.
Let him finish.
Because I'm actually looking at the report and I'm giving you the information that you want. Or you can talk. It's up to you.
No,
I'm just
please
trying to get information. Then you can come at me with all the questions because I wouldn't have came on here unless I already, was prepared. But so nursing, the nursing industry has a severe shortage in nursing because of the way that technology has enhanced the nursing field and how people actually interact with the technology. And what they're finding out is that the net positive is going to come from the way that human beings act with the technology. So in the case of the UK, which is a great example, as the nation, the world's finance capital, it lost 800,000 jobs from 2000 to 2016, but they created 2.7 million additional jobs. and they're saying, Deloitte, that there's going to be a great growth over the next decade. Sure, certain occupations that are very redundant, that are lower skill, you know, clerical, administrative, repetitive occupations, that's something that technology does a great job of improving, because anything that's like strictly computer logic, 0, 1 type of thing, computers are very good at automating those kind of services. But there are a lot of non-routine tasks that computers are not good at doing. And that's why something like the nursing industry is still growing, even with their technologies. It has a higher demand for jobs. And we also have aging population. That's why caring occupations is one of those that's going to grow. So what I'm just saying is that the next decade, there's going to be tremendous opportunity from growth, and based on the actual, not theoretical, but what they've studied the last, well, now it's going to be 20 years, it'll be 20th year, it's only been a net positive. That doesn't mean that after 2030, and as we get into that fifth decade, I believe it'll be, yeah, that's when the real automation impact will come. But by then, as has been the case throughout the last 500 years, our Western system, for some reason, is very good at absorbing change and reforming itself. Even when we lose industries and new ones are created, so far, so good. It's done.
The U.S. military, brother.
What about it?
It's called the U.S. military.
Yeah,
the U.S. military keeps the dollar going. As long as the dollar is going, then your industry is going to stay safe. But as all markets shift east, which is what we were kind of trying to explain last week, all markets are shifting east to Southeast Asia. All of them. There is no coming back. There are no manufacturing jobs coming back to the United States. And a lot of the jobs that are closing down now in retail that we've been covering all year have been severely impacted by this automation change. Brick and mortars are going out of business because of this. They can't compete with Amazon. Amazon, for all intents and purposes, is having a hard time breaking into brick and mortar because they've been an online business for so long. So you're seeing this sort of shift happen, but the people who are mostly impacted by this are Black people. We covered an article last week or 2 weeks ago that talked about Black men will be disproportionately affected and impacted by automation. This is not us making this up. We're quoting this from the articles.
Well,
So
I'm not disagreeing with the fact of Black men. I was actually speaking more just to the overall economy. My whole thing is that in terms of the impact of this automation on Black people, it's no different than the impact of illegal immigration on Black men. And the reason is because Black people in America, for the most part, have been a one-trick pony for the last 60 years. And that is something that they've had a lot of control over. They haven't made the investment that they need to. We know that the skills of the future include things like, you know, what did they say in the report? They were talking about digital know-how. They were talking about digital know-how, creativity, management, general leadership, entrepreneurship, and complex problem solving. Those are like the 6 qualities over the next generation that are going to be most important to the workforce. And here was something else that was interesting about the study. In all the jobs that the economy gained, there was actually a $10,000 to $15,000 increase in earnings in those jobs. So it was glowingly positive so far this first 20 years of the 21st century. Now, again, the next 20 years, I don't go that far in my speculation because I've seen the beauty of humanity and the ugliness. Yes, it can be ugly, but for some reason, it has adjusted to dramatic change. Like, I mean, the Great Depression, the agricultural revolution, the industrial revolution. Somehow, because of the brain power that we have, we're able to do what needs to get done, even if there is friction and you know, tension for a certain period of time. And even if certain industries get replaced, overall, it's looking damn good so far. Now, as far as this East thing, again, I can't speak to that because I haven't really studied the impact of the long-term thing with Asia. But so far, it's been, the United States still has the highest GDP. It still is the place, the most preferred destination for immigrants, both high-skilled and low-skilled and no-skilled. Now, if you're saying that that's going to change over the next 20 or 30 years, I don't.
No, it's going to change next year. It's going to change next year. All markets will shift east starting next year.
I'll look into it.
That's what this trade war is about, is to slow the growth of Southeast Asia to a point where it cannot have that sort of impact on the West. That's what this is all about. Slow them down to a point where they cannot produce at scale because they're ramping up. 10 years ago, China didn't have a mass transportation system. Today, they have the fastest bullet train in the world.
But so you're saying that China's not impacted by automation and things of that nature that you guys are saying that impacts the West. So you're saying that the East is not going to be impacted by automation and things like that?
Based on their global
No,
position,
they're using it.
direct
They're using it.
beneficiary
They're
of
using
They're
it.
the ones using it. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
they're using it.
They will have a slowdown, but they're going to shift their production to Africa after 2028. This is on the books. We've covered this many times throughout 2019.
Now,
the numbers that I'm showing you right here, I don't put my trust behind humanity. I'm going by the numbers right here. Technical automation potential. 50% of current work activities are technically automatable by adopting currently demonstrated technologies. The article we covered the other day about Black people being socially impacted by automation is not made up. This is real. That's all over. I don't care about the rest of America. We're talking about Black people, especially Black men who who are 18 years old reading at a third grade level.
Yeah, and guys,
I'm sorry, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and guys, I work for one of the big accounting firms. We're eliminating a lot of data entry jobs based off what you guys are talking about. I'm part of teams rolling out some of these automated web apps that takes care of a lot of entry level worker. We're eliminating a lot of jobs over here in the U.S., India, South America, and everything is shifting to what King Simba said. You gotta come in with an analyst background now if you want a high paying job.
Where are they going to be laterally moving those employees that they're displacing? Where are the other positions they're going to be moving them to?
They're eliminating them and they're forcing them either to kind of increase skill sets to kind of go after the high paying jobs, or you're going to be left out in the cold unless you improve. So it's happening to Mike's point. We're deploying most of this stuff now and over the next 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Could I add something to that? Just a little bit of clarity. Now, obviously, I've talked about my background, but I want to say this much about the nursing, and what King Sigma said is very true. There's a few caveats. One, the skills that are going to be needed are going to require higher levels of education that are currently required just to enter into the nursing profession. Yeah. So what I've been saying for a while is pretty much going to hold true going forward. The days of Black folks thinking they're about to go to a community college to get an ADN, they are done. I was just saying this a couple days ago on the panel, Mike, that the ADN days are done. Even if the nursing profession does not get rid of it because they don't want to put a bunch of folks out of work, mostly professors and stuff like that, again, the industry is going to force it. And for you heard Supertrend speaking a few weeks back where he talked about wanting to do informatics and how the program he's looking at, they're asking for courses, they're asking for some pretty high level courses. Because why? Because what the brother was just saying about analyst positions, that's what's happening. What technology is doing, and the same thing is happening with physicians as well. What technology is doing is shifting not just from clinical work to more consulting work, where you're going to be functioning as both this clinical consultant, where you're doing clinical work, but you're doing clinical research and you're doing clinical consultancy. And so again, I was just having this conversation earlier today with Ajiza, where King Sigma was just mentioned about how they're looking to make these technologies and these things more human friendly. I was just talking to him about the fact that a number of your major nursing schools out here have programs where they're partnered with engineering schools, where they're doing like, for example, UW-Madison. They offer minors and PhDs in nursing and I personally know some of these professors where they've done minors in industrial and systems engineering. Why? Because there's no one that knows the layout of a hospital better than a nurse. You use it, you're there all the time. And so what are they doing? They're working with engineering firms to help design hospitals, which they've been doing since you've seen the explosion of hospitals in the 80s. But now it's becoming more where you're making technologies more friendly. I've mentioned this a few weeks back where I talked about their nurse practitioners that are working with Microsoft doing UX design. I mean, essentially what King Sigma said pretty much summates everything I've been saying for months.
Well,
yeah, we consulted. Yeah, we consulted with a couple of nurses, clinicians, and office managers just to kind of help us with workflow for building applications. So everything that he's
that's
saying,
the major problem. That's the major problem with when they're talking about AI design, implementing AI into EMR to EHR, and this is not just for nurses, this is physicians as well. Basically, if it does not fit into the workflow, they will not use it. So you have to make things, you have to make AI and you have to design AI within these EHRs efficient enough where physicians and nurses can implement it into their daily workflow where not only will it not slow them down, but enhance their efficiency, because every clinician just has a certain way they do things. And so, you know, if you do something that's beyond that, you know, if it doesn't enhance your workflow efficiency, then yeah, you know, again, it won't be you. So, I mean, and goes back to what I was just saying before, a huge number of your epidemiologists and data scientists that are within the health systems, they are nurses, they are physicians. That's why that program I put up at one of the program that I put up a few months back. I don't know if Mike remember about the PhD in biomedical and health informatics.
Yes.
Who were they looking for that program? Clinicians. So they were looking for nurses, pharmacists, physicians, and so on and so forth. And I would say this much: when it comes to pharmacy, traditional pharmacy is done. Stick a fork in it. It's done.
Yeah, Express Scripts is already automated their whole entire.
It's done.
We already talked about the convergence, all the mergers going on right now, all the mergers going on between the health insurance companies and the damn
Big Four, CVS, Walgreens,
right,
and a couple of others on the West Coast. So the point that I was making, you know, that we, you know, we elaborate on, we're not just blowing smoke. This is the numbers right here. We're looking at the numbers. Impact of adoption by 2030, work potentially displaced by adoption of automation, by adoption scenario, 15% at the midpoint, at the fastest rate that they're talking about, 800 million. So if you're telling me that they're going to, you know, the amount of jobs that's going to come out of automation that's being replaced at close to 800 million at the fastest rate by 2030, I'm not seeing it.
Well, okay, so the study that you're looking at right now, it shows the job. All I see on the screen right now is the potential job loss. What does it say about potential job creation? Because there's always two sides to the coin. So what does this specific study that you have say about job creation, or is this study saying it will be?
This report is talking about the impact of it. They're not talking about what the gains are. You can't predict the gains of automation. Like, for example,
there it is. See, you can't predict the gains, but you're saying that you can predict the losses. So
of course you can predict the losses. If you can write lines of code to replace cashiers, I can eliminate my cashiers. I don't need it.
But there's some economists that will predict the gains as well, because they can look at, well, this technology.
They're not talking about gains. They talks about the losses. That's all it's focused on.
Oh, okay. Well, see, I mean, I'm looking. My argument is for the net benefits. So this is a net negative argument then.
Well, so when I asked the brother a question just a minute ago, when I asked him a question, he said, "Well, look, all their data entry, low-level data entry positions, they're going to be basically cutting, taking the axe to all of those." And I said, "Well, where are they going to be placing them within the organization?" There is no placement.
I didn't know. I just told you where that was, though. See, I told you that nursing is one of the fields, for example, that's part of the caring profession that is going to see growth again.
But are Black people in high percentage rates of nursing?
Okay.
Not only that, but the whole reason why I facetiously mentioned Dr. Phoenix is there's the reason why we also do health-based telemedicine based live streams also, because we are very cognizant of that reality too. So you see, so we are looking at this from a 360 degree full scope here when we talk about fourth industrialization. That's the whole reason why we have them come on and talk about what types of certifications will take you into certain areas and certain venues within the medical field.
So if you're asking a question about where the jobs are going to come from, I can tell you what Deloitte said.
No. What I'm saying is based on any sort of new information that we haven't touched on, because there's an assumption that we actually haven't explored that venue. And that's why I pointed to Dr. Phoenix. I said, well, whoa, wait a minute. You say that as if we haven't gone down that venue.
All right, well,
I will again invite you to go back to.
I haven't heard you guys
Dr.
talk about
Phoenix
the
is
net
right.
gain yet. I haven't heard you talk about the net
Well,
gain.
wait a minute. Dr. Phoenix has been on, I don't know how many hangouts talking about all the opportunities.
So if that's the case, then there's no problem. Then I came to talk about that. My belief is that automation. Here, I'll say it again. My belief is that automation over the next 10 to 20 years will provide a net benefit for Western's economies more so than whatever losses will be either 3 or 4 times larger based on what has happened in the first 20 years.
The only way you can actualize something like that, right, is that if it is actually actualized. So in order for that, for that to be true, that would mean that Black folks, particularly, I mean, if that's what.
So now you guys are back to Black folks. I was talking about the general economy.
We don't get. Hold on.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
We do not care about the greater perspective that you're talking about. We've never talked about that. We were never specifying that. We were talking about the social impact on Black people. We specified this from the beginning, right? We specified this. We talked about 8 out of the 10 jobs that Black women work right now will be impacted by automation by 2022. And we provided the numbers for that. You're talking about the greater society. We don't care about that because we're not concerned about that.
Well, I care about it. So I live in.
How do you not care about this? May not be the venue. This may not really be the venue for you to be arguing this then.
But how do you get away from the greater economy when we all live in the greater economy?
Hey, King Sigma.
Your bottom impact on Black people is going to be more important down the line. That's
it's gonna, the people should know about the trends in the overall economy. Because if you're gonna talk about a small Black population of 11%, don't you think it's important that we know about the other 89 to 90% of what's going on in the economy in the West?
Hey, King Sigma. Hey, King Sigma. If I can, it's a cyber. We have an accountant amongst the panel. The gentleman, I think he says he works at one of the big 4. I think.
Oh no, I'm part of this technology team. Like I build the tools that the accountants use.
Got you. Okay, I got you. Okay, you're one of us. So yeah, here's my thing to what Mike is saying. If I can help flesh it out just a little bit more. Yes, we do understand that there's going to be this large number within the greater society, but Mike is right. He was just mentioning in the comment a very slim piece of that picture. And so I see that your data, and I appreciate you for expounding, that was quite eloquent. I really appreciate that. I think when you look at the two sides, right, we're talking about the same basket, but we're talking about a fraction or a piece of that basket. And from Mike's perspective, we're focusing specifically on how this is affecting Black folks in general, whether they're the folks who are working where Dr. Phoenix is, or whether they're the Pookies and Ray Rays who haven't picked up a damn book and reading 2nd, 3rd grade level. When we try to merge those points at this juncture, that math is going to change a little bit because now we're looking at the whole populace as opposed to a fraction. So I understand where you're coming from, but Mike is right. He was only just specifying this is how it's going to affect Black folks. I don't think, Mike said what he said, but, I don't speak for Mike, but I'm being objective.
We're an elitist. We're an elitist in one venue.
No,
and then in the next venue.
No, but for my guys, but King Sigma adding his data points, I mean, it brings a greater, if not a 3-alarm or fire sense of urgency to the issue, because if King Sigma, with the data points that he presented, I thought we had a problem. I know we have a real problem now because when that transition happens, our community won't be prepared for it. On an educational level.
Yeah, we covered an article that talked about the social impact of automation on Black people. Black people who don't even have at least $1,500 in savings, which is what you need. They barely have that. You take that and correlate that with the data that we're looking at on screen, the amount of jobs that are going to be automated that is going to cause displacement. to a lot of Black people as a whole. We talked about Dr. Phoenix going down to Louisiana earlier this summer, and MOT going down to Mississippi and seeing how dilapidated it is and how Black people are living down there. When we talk about this stuff, we're talking about the massive and extreme impact of how it's going to play on Black people, because they are not well suited for a lot of these fourth industrial emerging technologies. They're just not ready for it.
Well, Clark just said something, because I do want to say this much. And like I said, I understand exactly where King Sigma is coming from. He's looking at the macro economy, and we're kind of more laser focused here on the micro economy as it pertains to Black people. But I do want to say this in regards to the whole nursing and medical thing. Look, I've been in this field for quite some time, and my time is, before I even started medical school, my time was split mostly between critical care and clinical research. So everything that he listed in that King Sigma listed in that study from Deloitte, I would say this much. I've been saying this, and I'm saying this as an insider. So everything I've been saying was confirmed in that study that King Sigma highlighted. But also, more importantly, I've been saying this as an insider, which is the difference. So I understand the nuances that happen whenever they do these studies, because these studies tell you this, but they also doesn't tell you, well, these are the skill sets you're going to need for the 21st century. These are these certifications and these degrees you're going to need. Because again, this is healthcare. No one's not going to give you a damn license where you can go kill some damn body if you fuck up, if you don't know what the hell you're doing. Because I know folks right now, they got BSNs, they can't pass the damn NCLEX. Been trying to pass the NCLEX now for 3-4 years. Can't pass the damn NCLEX. Because again, this is a fundamental problem.
Yeah, a lot of the nurses are now taking on doctors' duties now, so that's happening a lot as well.
Because the other part of that data, King Sigma, what they don't tell you, the reason why you've seen this explosive growth is because most of your nurses, almost half of your nurses, brother, are 55 and older, and they should have retired years ago. The same thing with physicians. You have about 40% of your physicians that are 50 and older.
Yeah, we saw the same trends looking at the trucking industry. Very similar trends where there's like a shortage, but there's this lack of retirements and attrition in those industries as well. So it's like they have a shortage and they need to bring in younger people, but you have a lot of these older people that are staying on longer than necessary, and it's most likely because they've taken severe financial losses over the last 20 years. That's what I suspect. I suspect that whereas it might have been true before 2010, that you had like certain pensions guaranteed and things like that. I think a lot of these older people in their late 50s, early 60s don't have the kind of savings for retirement that maybe their parents had. That's what I'm starting to suspect is why they have left.
That is exactly the case. And that's what's happening with a lot of these older clinicians, physicians, nurses, is that they should have retired a few years ago, but they couldn't because their 401k IRAs got wiped out in the recession and the housing market crashed.
Yeah.
And so they stay in the market, they stay in those jobs in the market longer. That's why now you see all these damn 70, 80-year-old college professors that are department chairs and they won't give up their damn position. So younger scientists can come in and lead up these departments.
Exactly.
Because this is exactly what's going on. And like I said, these programs, and again, most Black folks, even though Black women are overrepresented compared to Black men, let's say in the nursing profession, for example. However, most Black women are at the lower tiers. If you go to any hospital, you might find a bunch of nurse practitioners and PAs, but most of them will be white women. They're not going to be Black women.
Yeah.
Black in general.
Yeah, I see a lot of immigrant women. I've noticed, like, even when I go past the colleges, I mean, all the Black women that I see on campus, they're all immigrant women, especially like East African women, Nigerian women. I see a lot of them. And whenever I talk to them, they always say, oh, I'm a nurse or I'm in school for nursing. So, and a lot of Asians out here, at least a lot of Asian women are jumping into that nursing game as well. But so for me, it's like, I guess I just see things from the standpoint, I start from the top bottom. To me, whatever's happening in macro, it's gonna be double or triple worse. So if it's bad in the macro economy, I already assume from jump that it's going to be very bad for Black people. Like I said, if Black Americans have not prepared themselves for the next decade and beyond, that's on them. I'm just at that point.
You can't just say it's on them and not take into consideration how that's going to impact most of the families.
But I can take it into consideration because we've known since 1965 what was going to happen. So why am I going to sit here stressing about something that they've known for 60 years what was going to happen? This is not nothing new.
That's our job here. That's our job here. That's what we focus on.
Oh, I didn't say that was your job. I'm just saying that.
I'm not saying whether or not you said anything. I'm saying that's what we do here. That's what we focus on. So when you say you disagree with our numbers and we put the numbers up, every single week, I don't know what else to tell you. We had an article where 4 different chief financial officers of major retail organizations said by Q4 2020, they are looking at a massive market correction.
Okay, and I'm not even saying you put up your numbers, I put up my numbers, and now that's the audience's job to compare both reports and see which one they agree with.
I'm not posting the numbers for anybody else to compare. I'm saying this is the evidence that we're using.
Well, I think it's best when people take different sets of data and come to their own conclusion, not just one opinion, not one perspective. They heard your perspective.
We don't have one perspective. We don't have one perspective.
But the report that I just said from Deloitte, they can compare it to your numbers, which my report shows something different than your report.
Right.
And people should go out and look at both reports and then come back and see if they agree with your report.
We didn't actually.
Your report is not consistent with the dialogue. It's not. It shows the trends over the last 60 years. It's not telling you what the 4th industrial revolution is bringing. It's not telling you that at all. It's not.
Yes, it is telling you that because it's telling that so far automation has been a net benefit, and based on what we know so far as of 2020, we would suspect more that it would be a net benefit.
A net benefit for who?
For the greater economy.
No, it's
for those that are preparing themselves to live in this new industrial age. If you're not prepared, you're going to get left behind. And that's why countries have certain nations where they're going to send their poor people to. That's the reality. These advanced countries are going to be advanced super mega cities and mega countries, and they're going to send their poor somewhere else. It'll be globalized gentrification.
So basically what you're saying is that, well, actually, I won't put any words in your mouth, but what I'll say here is this. I'm concerned about the greater Black population and how they fare in this market. That's my concern.
Okay, yes, I'm concerned as well. I'm concerned to the difference between you and I is that I'm concerned in giving people the information, but if people want to continue to reject the information year after year, generation after generation, I'm not going to stress myself out based on people not listening to the information that's been passed down to them for 3 generations. What I'm saying is that you put that report out there. You put that report out there. I wanted to just come up, give people my report that's more of a net positive on what's coming, and they need to look at it. That's just giving you more information.
I mean, let me make sure that people.
Go ahead, Mike.
Deloitte is one of the big 4 accounting firms.
Yes.
World Economic Forum is not Deloitte. Okay, they're on the ground in terms of where the trends are going in terms of global market scale. They have these sort of events 3 and 4 times a year looking at these numbers. I just pulled this up from World Economic Forum from December 19th, 2019. This was last week. We've covered several of their events on this channel with people speaking on panels saying all markets are shifting east. Not one investor complex. What's his brother's name? Jim.
Man, you guys are leaving out very important. You're leaving out very important information, bro. Very important information you're leaving out, man.
You got 10 people in Silicon Valley that control 2/3 of the world's population, and they're all moving to Africa. We got an article coming up Friday talking about that. All markets are moving to Africa. This is coming from them.
Every time someone in history tries to predict like the next 30 years, you know what? It ends up having some kind of what is it? Nassim Taleb, that book he has, The Black Swan. Some kind of black swan event always comes through to change these kind of speculations. It ain't that easy to predict the future. So I was just
I would actually have to say there.
Hey, Mike, Cyber Dylan's in the background.
Oh.
Okay, you can continue, Complex.
Oh, okay. No, I would actually say to that scenario that you're talking about is actually playing out now. Because do you honestly think that, you know, U.S. policy projected and dictated that you know, we would be under these types of effects from a Chinese trade war by trying to, you know, hedge off their technological positioning as it relates to the global 5G markets?
Yeah, I think since the 70s, since China made its reforms, and Russia started to make their reforms, I think that the U.S. Military industrial state has definitely been keeping an eye on China and Russia for about.
Well, I'm not talking about keeping an eye on it. I'm talking about hedging. I said specifically hedge it off.
I think
kind of like how people hedge investments.
Well, some of the war games that they've set up with the military over the last 40 years, showing different scenarios of how the reforms would impact China, Russia, and America. It seems to me that they did plan for it. But like I said, sometimes black swan events come, and you have to deal with it in the moment. And so far, I think that the United States is doing fairly well. Besides the recession and how they handled that, I think that they're going to be able to compete. I feel pretty good because again,
the only thing I'm actually arguing or indicating here is what you're defining as a black swan moment.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
I think that may be where you may see the black swan moment as one thing, and I'm seeing it as something else.
You could be right. I mean, it could be possible.
No, that's all I'm acknowledging here.
No, that's what I'm saying. With the black swan event, in the moment, you don't always know that you're in a black swan event, and you can't predict it. So it could be that we'll look back 2025, and then it'll be like, damn, China has passed the United States now. You could be right. I'm not denying that.
They're supposed to pass them in 2020. They're supposed to pass them.
That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow.
Artificial intelligence. China is dominating right now. Whoever controls artificial intelligence, pretty much dominates the world. Quantum computing. China is dominating in quantum computing right now. They have a quantum satellite sitting in space for a reason.
So your belief is that China has all this technology that the United States does not have?
Well, and guys, I'm gonna add a little insight because I work for Ernst & Young, so one of the top 4. There's been a big push in the last 12 months to ramp for what you guys are talking about, and I didn't even realize until you said it. And I think China is the reason why.
Yes, because
they've been pushing really hard. Because like we're touching all the major Fortune 50 and 5s right now. Mm-hmm. It's been the same mandate for the last 12 months.
Yeah, China is dominating in every aspect where the United States once did. Only 5 years ago, they are dominating everything. Any and everything that the United States you can think of for the United States, they are dominating them. They're dominating them in space right now because they went to NASA to actually get some help, and the United States told them to go screw. Okay, and now they got a fucking goddamn rover on the moon. That was unthinkable 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, artificial intelligence. We are completely dominating the United States in artificial intelligence. Number 3, they are dominating the United States in quantum computing. The United States does not have a quantum computer that
from everything that I'm hearing, they're saying that Silicon Valley and Seattle, Washington, comes like Microsoft are just as competitive, or if not more competitive, that China is usually having to steal from them, and that the real innovation is still here in the United States. That's what I've been reading.
That's subjective, though. That's subjective. I mean, we know now.
So are you saying? So you're saying that everything being reported about the United States, Silicon Valley and Microsoft being still the leading in those industries is subjective, but you're saying that what's going on in China is not subjective, even though they have one of the most secretive nations on earth.
No, we can see it from if you go to CGTN right now, they're posting all of their content. They're not hiding. They're posting all their content.
Russia and China are still very, very secretive compared to the United States right now.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to send you some Chinese news bureau links.
But what I'm saying is
what better way to be informed and understand what's going on globally?
You guys can you know what?
Go ahead, dude. Go ahead.
I'll just say this.
No, you can go ahead.
I'll just say this. Send me the counter information that shows that Silicon Valley and Microsoft and Apple are not still the top in innovation, and that the others like Alibaba coming to study under the seat of Google and all that is not the case. Because if you're saying that this shift is about to happen this year, then I guess we're gonna have we're gonna be living during this moment. And
well, I gotta tell you, Kingston, but I definitely won't be sending that. I mean, because there's too many live streams where we've gone over the data too much.
Well, why do I gotta go back and listen? All I'm asking for is an article that I can read myself.
There's a whole.
I just put my report. I just put the report that I read from in the chat for everybody. Why do I gotta go to listen to a panel when you can just send me the reports so I can read for myself and then?
Well, the panels because the panels have dockets, and we've covered it already. So
I didn't ask you what you could. I said I want to learn for myself. That's what I'm asking.
That's what I mean.
That's what the dockets are there for.
That's what they're
there for.
I
have to go. Okay. All right, bro. So you're telling me instead of me, so I gotta take your interpretation of it instead of actually reading it myself and then
the links are there.
All I asked was for a link to the articles, man. You making it like it's like a secret. Ask for like secret code.
I was just trying to tell you where you can get them.
Yeah, we're not blowing you off. We're just saying that we have a docket with the links in there so that you can actually refer back to. We say that every single time we do a live stream so that you can refer back to it. So we're not shitting on your perspective. What we're saying here is we've covered one too many articles from too many various sources, from credible sources, that says China is posed to blow the United States out of the water in every single technological aspect. We just covered an article about Chinese submarines matching United States submarines. This is from a military perspective. It's scary.
But everything that I'm reading, everything I've read so far says that America is still number one, especially coming from the military, that they're still number one in military research and intelligence research, and that Silicon Valley is still number one.
Yeah, because they had a head start, but the trajectory is showing that China will surpass you at some point, which is the whole purpose of a trade war.
Now you said next year. Now, because I got to get up out of here, but now I just want to leave with it. So you said next year China's going to surpass US in what exactly? Because I want to look into that.
In every technological aspect that the United States is already dominating in right now. The iPhone is pretty much dead in the water. If Apple doesn't come up with an innovative product by 2025, they're finished. Because
so let me get this right. So Mike V, you said that in every technological vertical that China's going to surpass the United States by end of next year. Is that correct?
No, within the next 10 years, they'll pretty much have all.
Now, I wasn't asking about next year. You said something about 2020. You said they're going to
starting from 2020 forward, China will start dominating in these markets.
So give me an example of a market that you claim that next year, that by the end of next year, that they will dominate the U.S. in. Because I want to just stay on that one market to look into. What market are they going to surpass the U.S.
5G. 5G is the first one.
So China's going to surpass the U.S. next year in 5G. All right.
They already have. Yep. Number 2 will be smartphones. Huawei.
Surveillance.
Yeah, Huawei at one point was number 2. They're posed to be number 1 by the end of 2020. Number 3, artificial intelligence. They are posed to either match the United States by 2020 or surpass them, one or the other. Now, number 4 is quantum computing. Quantum computing. Far as the last article we covered, China is actually leading the United States in quantum computing. Now, Google just put out a new supercomputer, a quantum computer, I think maybe a couple of months ago, that is supposed to have the highest number of qubits, but China has a quantum computer that does at least 208 qubits. So take that into consideration. At the rate that they're going, they're probably going to put out another one by 2022 that will pretty much blow everything out the water at the trajectory that it's going at. Number 5, autonomous cars. They already have a whole entire city. I think it's Qingdao that is basically set up for autonomous vehicles. As a matter of fact, all their loading docks are pretty much running on autonomous vehicles. The United States has nothing compared to that.
And there's another city that's already got their municipal bus system running on autonomous 5G.
Their roads are all pretty much set up for autonomous vehicles now. I mean, we covered an article that showed that it has these kind of wireless charging infrastructure, inductors in the ground. The United States has nothing compared to that. Not even on a horizon.
They're also leading in thorium nuclear reactor designs.
Yep, they just put out their first nuclear-based icebreaker. 2 more coming online by 2025 or something like that.
which oddly enough, Andrew Yang is pushing for as a alternative energy solution.
All right, so yeah, I got it. I'm definitely gonna take some time during the month of January and looking at some of these comparisons, because I will definitely have something to speak on this one in a couple weeks. But I want to compare it because everything I've read so far, it seems
My
like the United
question
States
to
is
the
pretty well.
panel, my question to the panel here is, why do we entertain ignorance?
What do you mean?
He like this fellow over here is
No,
clearly not.
not this fellow, King Sigma. King Sigma. His name is King Sigma.
Oh, King Sigma.
Yeah, he's not ignorant. He just has a difference of opinion.
Yeah, why is his questions ignorant? He's
I'm
bringing
very
up some good
curious
data points.
to know what makes my questions ignorant exactly.
Yeah, he bring up some.
We're not going to do that. No, we're not going to do that on here, King Sigma. That's not fair. Not cool. That's not.
All right, man. Thanks for the information. I'll definitely look into it. But hey, we'll definitely see how this compares in a couple weeks. I'm looking forward to looking at this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We look forward to chopping up some game with you.
And have a good night.
All right, King Sigma, you have a good New Year, sir.
Yeah, happy New Year, bro.
Hey, get that second channel started.
Man, I still got another week to see what they do. So if they let me back online next week, then I'm not even gonna go through that whole second channel stuff, Ty City. But if not, then I'll probably go ahead and look into doing that.
All
right, man.
Have a good night, brother.
Sure.
Can I add something really quickly? Because
Yeah, you good, man. Go ahead.
You got to put some volume on your mic.
Put some volume on your mic, though.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
I think it's that Infinity Q50 Bluetooth system, man.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yep.
Yeah. No, what I wanted to add is that because there was a lot of talk about Southeast Asia. It's ironic because specifically in the nursing profession, you get a lot of visiting and traveling scholars that actually come from Southeast Asia that come visit and teach courses here in the U.S. and vice versa. And some of those principal countries are Thailand. Thailand has a massive nursing industry there. Singapore, obviously everyone's familiar with the Philippines. And I say that to say because we're talking about Southeast Asia, but I don't think a lot of folks really understand fields like nursing and healthcare in general, how you get a lot of these scholars and a lot of these experts that are coming out of these countries that are serving these dual roles in both in their country as scientists and professors, and also as visiting scientists and scholars here in the U.S. teaching schools of nursing and medicine. So this I think this rabbit hole goes a lot deeper than Black folks really understand, and so yeah, I just wanted to put that. I just wanted to throw that out there. So.
Hey, did you guys are you guys thinking about the generational gap also with the baby boomers, Gen X, and then the millennials?
Well, the millennials are the ones in the best position right now to take advantage of this. Of these,
yep.
The zillennials, they're a little too young, or kind of at that cusp where they're just entering adulthood for some of them. But the millennials are the ones that are best positioned, or at least generationally best positioned, to take the reins of the lead of many of these industries, and certainly help move Black society forward in the 21st century. The boomers, well, I think most of them are probably retired or close to it. The Gen Xers, they're approaching retirement. So basically,
hey, not all of us. Not all.
Oh, okay. Well, correction. Let me put a caveat. The older Gen Xers, so the ones that are in their early mid 50s.
Thank you.
But the younger ones in their early 40s and above, they're in a good position too. So I say younger Gen Xers, certainly millennials are the ones in the best position to take advantage of a lot of these games going forward in these various industries. So, but I do say everything that King Sigma said from that Deloitte study is pretty much everything I've been saying for months.
And the Dr. Phoenix, what I'm seeing it on my side, but do you think the baby boomers are a roadblock to getting the healthcare industry up to speed when it comes to the modern tech? because we're getting a lot of pushback on trying to convert offices into paperless, for example. Are they a big roadblock on your side of town also when it comes to keeping up with the times?
A lot of the older clinicians, this is in particular on the older physicians, older nurses. Yeah, they're a bit more hesitant about embracing modern technology. You know, but I will say this much: they're not really long for this industry. So I mean, they're not long for their respective industries. So I mean, they're really on the way out. So it really doesn't matter, because again, it's like I said before about the ADN. You go to most of your major metros in this country right now, man, you would be hard pressed to find ADNs getting hired like that. You know, you have to have a minimum of bachelor's degree in many of these, your major cities for sure, bachelor's degree all the way. But you know, you go to these smaller, more rural areas, yeah, you can make some headway, but even then, you're signing contracts, you're having to get a BSN with a certain period of time. If you don't, you're being terminated. And so even if, for example, in the case of nursing, even if the profession itself doesn't outright get rid of the ADN, the industry itself, the industry itself will do that for them.
Yeah, let me just quote this real quick. This is from the Washington Post. Quantum revolution is coming and Chinese scientists are at the forefront. China's drive to dominate a field with big economic and military application outpaces some US strides. So they're talking about quantum computing, that China is at the forefront of all of this. So again, this is just another source. I can pull this stuff up all night about China running, you know, the quantum game all to themselves at this point. Putin just actually gave a speech last week at his annual presidential press conference, and they asked him specifically about this. Where does Russia stand on the global front when it comes to quantum computing and artificial intelligence? And he gave a very detailed answer to this. I think people should actually go watch the translation to it, because he's concerned about China's rise. Right? Although they're partners, he's saying the same thing that I'm saying. We have to be mindful about, you know, artificial intelligence and quantum computing as whoever controls AI controls the world. This is his words. I don't see the United States really moving in that direction, at least not at the pace that China is. So we're seeing this shift happen right now, and if people think that, you know, the U.S. economy is going to be doing good, it's right now it's on life support. China and Russia do not have the debts that the United States has. The United States has a lot of debt. It's carrying a lot of debt over. What bailed them out in 2008 was China. China came to the rescue. This time around, China is not going to come to the rescue, and the damage is going to be pretty severe for a lot of people. So if we think that the economy is doing good, the numbers are not looking that well.
Well, I think everything that we know about, you know, whether it's healthcare statistics, I mean, for the last 2-3 weeks, Mike, you and I have been on this tear about healthcare.
Yeah.
You know, talking about telehealth, maternal fetal health, mental health just a few days ago. So I mean, again, even though we know what the numbers are and what they're currently out there, I am 100% certain they're being underreported. And I think part of this discussion here is that, you know, again, we know what the numbers are, but we really don't take into account, when you start to do a micro analyzation of this, you know, who is really going to be affected by these numbers. White society as a whole is going to be okay. It is Black folks are going to be the ones left holding the bag.
Right, no resilience. Now, here's a quote right here. The United States must be prepared for a future in which its traditional technological predominance faces new, perhaps unprecedented challenges. The Center for a New American Security wrote in a recent report about China's quantum ambitions. Quantum technology seeks to harness the distinct properties of atoms, photons, and electrons to build more powerful tools for processing information. Last year, China had nearly twice as many patent filings as the United States for quantum technology overall. a category that includes communications and cryptology devices. According to a market research firm, Patent Formatics, the United States, though, leads the world in patents relating to the most prized segment of the field, quantum computers, thanks to heavy investment by IBM, Google, Microsoft, and others. This is the trend line right here, patent filings for quantum technology by country. As you can see right here, United States has 248, China has 492. They're not playing games. They're not playing games. So they're stepping their game up big time. And this is just one of the trends that in emerging technologies that China is posed to dominate in over the United States. We got Sauchi with his hand up. Go ahead, Sauchi.
Yeah, I just want to say, it's very simple. The rate at which China is moving is faster than America.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple. I mean, anyone can debate the particulars, but anyone with two half-working eyes can see that they're moving fast. And they're a command country, unlike ours. When they say we're going left, you're going left. In America, we incentivize people to go left. China does not. And that's why it's very clear. They're moving faster and they will be ahead. They're not going to make the mistakes that America has made, clearly. But they're ahead. So I really don't see what how they could be a debate. I mean, when I was in Stamford, Connecticut, when I was in my early 20s, and I'm 36 now, the guys my age who were pushing the nice cars, cash, and it wasn't daddy mommy's money from the Middle East, from China.
Yep.
When I moved back to Providence, what I didn't see when I was a kid was the same thing happening there. A lot of Middle Eastern people, Chinese. Now I'm in the DC area. Same thing. There's no debate.
Yeah, you're seeing the offspring of the tycoons coming in emergence, with their G55 or G63 wagons and their their M5s and Jeep, their Nissan Skylines, all of that is coming.
They're not
that's
playing.
all day in California, man.
They're not playing. When you see a little girl who's a freshman in college with a GTR, the only one, it's not a game. So black folks can sit here and debate y'all, but how's your pockets?
I mean, I was just saying this about a week ago about the school I went to. The kids there drive better cars than the damn deans and the professors. They got G63s, Maseratis, M6s, X6Ms. There were kids there driving brand new Maseratis. I mean, kid can barely old enough to drink, but they got a goddamn $100,000 car.
And the majority are paying cash.
Yes. I literally was just saying this like a week ago. This is the little short bus we miss. Cause I mean, again, this is a problem. I mean, we don't realize. I mean, we see the numbers as they are, but like I said, this problem is a lot deeper than the numbers are really telling. And anyone that's been on these college campuses will tell you, man, you go to these Big Ten universities, these private universities, those kids are they're high rollers.
And I'm in finance, so I see personal financials regularly. So when we're talking about Americans, the top 10%, and realistically is the top 5%, they'll be all right. The rest, good luck.
Well, that's what the World Economic Forum article that I was showing earlier, that's what that's referring to. It says, how will this impact those at the lower end? And so the objective here is for most countries and most states is to come up with a strategy to mitigate against extreme poverty, right?
and that's why they've been experimenting with oh man, what's the name of the thing, man? It's basically another form of welfare, basically. Because I did speak to an economist.
You talking
Again,
about UBI?
yes, and I brought that up to an economist. We were carpooling, guys about to retire. I brought that up. He never heard of the term, but when I broke down the definition, he said, "Oh, that's just a different. That's just a different form of how we already have our welfare system."
Mm-hmm.
And he was done with it.
Mm-hmm.
He said, "That's it." And then he started breaking down how they're possibly going to do it via taxes. Mm-hmm. He said, "Yeah, it's pretty simple." I mean, he broke it down within 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah. So, as I said earlier, urgency is slow speed for Black folks. There is literally no time.
Wait a minute, Salchi. I'm sorry. I stepped away for a second. Did you just tell me that an economist broke down to you how a UBI would work just via taxation?
Yeah, because he literally he didn't tell me his exact position, but he works at the Pentagon.
It's okay. It's okay. I just need you to confirm that because I was doing on Romel's earlier today.
Yes.
Literally trying to break down and explain the same goddamn thing.
Yes. Yeah. During a car ride on 95 HOV. Yep. Like it was nothing. This is the speed, like the stuff that's being talked about here. Trust and believe. They know what's going on. The difference is China's just moving at a faster pace. And those folks in this country who are in the, as I always say, if you're in the 10%, you're game to play. If you're in the 5% and you're paying attention, you're good. If you're outside of the 10%, good luck. And I'm not saying that, being happy or positive. I'm saying that flippantly because I'm literally looking at the numbers daily. I know some of your some of the Senate, some of their financials. Literally, I see it. Literally, know the name, know where the money's going, know what they're doing.
Well, if you go to places like Dubai, where the average income there is about 100 and I think it was about 135,000, 140,000 is the average income there.
Yeah, no taxes either.
Yeah. I mean, again, the average income for just a family of 4 in this country is about 50-some thousand, give or take. Yep. And so again, we're talking about, this is America, one of the richest countries on the earth.
Yep.
Well, but yet the average income for a family of 4 is about 50-some thousand. So yeah, go ahead.
And that's nothing. That's they say. I'm sorry, but this is a joke. They say in DC, $80-some thousand for a family of 4 is good.
How the hell you gonna afford that in DC in the average home there? I was looking at places in Arlington because I got some buddies that are former military and they got homes in Arlington. The average home price in Arlington, right across the Potomac from DC, $700,000.
I was about to say it's 678,000 to be exact.
I mean, this is the craziness. 80,000 won't do nothing for you in a place like that.
I did my own math, and my source is from the IRS. If you're not making $117,000 in my area here, you're effectively working poor. Very few people understand that. For you to even be at the bottom 10% in my area, you have to make $189,700. That's not household. That's as an individual.
Yeah. Well, but similar story came out about California about a year or two ago about 120,000 or so. Maybe Complex is aware of this. Was considered poor.
Yes.
And so again,
some areas, yeah.
Yeah, some of these careers we're talking about, like earlier, to highlight that the study that King Sigmund was talking about from Deloitte, with nurses, these jobs, how much do people think they pay? I was just looking at jobs last night. No, I was looking at a job for intensivist nurse practitioner in Mike's neck of the woods, they were paying damn near 250 grand a year.
Yeah.
And you're not even in a physician. You're just, I mean, I ain't gonna say you're just, but you're a nurse practitioner. So again, I was looking at other jobs for clinical geneticists, for PAs and NPs. They were paying 150, 160 grand.
That's not an average job. That's not an average person's job.
And that was my whole point about the study that King Sigma did. Like it was right on point. But what they're not telling you is the education and the level of education and the degrees you're going to get and the time it's going to take for you to get into those positions.
That's why I was like, look, man, you can't downplay the fact that we haven't gone over the certification game and had summits on all this stuff as it relates to tech and Medicare and all this type of stuff. So I don't want to say he was purposely being disingenuous, but to kind of say, hey, well, I'm not going to go through your catalog of stuff to listen to you guys prove this point. I mean, I was like, well, that's pretty fucking disingenuous. But anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is supposed to be a New Year's hangout, but
we can turn it into that.
No, I think the dialogue is good though. I think the dialogue is good. I think that King Sigma is a good sport. I think he has his perspective, obviously, and we have our perspective on where we stand on a lot of this, because we've covered one too many. We covered an article last night about what's going to be coming down the pipe for 2020 in IoT. We covered several articles about autonomous vehicles and where they're going to be going. It's just too much.
I mean, look, Mike, I guess that's the problem, right? It's like when we cover this stuff like week after day, week after week, and you pull one study, right? And this stuff is multi-contextual. That's kind of where we've gotten to the point with this, is that we can get sub-industry with it. In terms of application, we can even pull up the data and talk about it from that level. So just to pull one study out and just say, well, this says it's a net positive. Like, dude, first of all, we never said anything that runs counter to that. We were literally talking about the impact, right? There's two sides to it.
Yeah.
So it's all about context too. And I guess my issue is that when people have like a counter position, and it's like they're not really thoroughly educated on what our stance actually is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's no disrespect to him or anything, but yeah.
I do want to say this. I do want to say this. Let me tell you something, because Britney Spears, Proto Man, because buddy, I'm from Illinois. I know the academic institution there very, very well. Let's just be real here. Mike had mentioned this, I think it was yesterday, because I think you said there was some data or some articles you came across about the low representation of Black people within healthcare. And I think this is whenever you want to get together and talk about this, man, I'm gonna send you a couple of research articles from the NIH later, so you can kind of put a lot of this into context to show you exactly what's happening and where this has been at. And so, for the most part, I think this as I like I said, I very much agree with what King Sigma said. My only problem is that we're not looking at the time and the investment it takes to get to these positions. These positions they're talking about, these aren't just normal jobs and careers. No. We're talking pretty high level careers where you function independently. You have to get a license. You have to take a 6-hour exam just to get a nursing license. So this is not something for the faint of heart, despite what a lot of folks are running around telling you. Yeah, because they're used to seeing some hood rat running around the goddamn nursing home some damn where, which is where, ironically, you tend to find a lot of Black females that are in the nursing profession. Many of them are in nursing homes where you can make quite a bit of money, but they're not in the positions that really matter for them as well. But there has to be some discussion about really what is it going to take to get in these professions going forward. Even the physician profession, there's so much shakeup in for physicians now. A lot of physicians are moving to the consulting world, because again, many of them are just trying to get the hell out of clinical care altogether. But also too, because of the because of the influence of technology on the physician profession. That's why you seeing this heavy move. That was why I was showing you that program a few months ago, Mike, where they had this program designed specifically for folks with backgrounds as nurses and physicians. Why? Because these healthcare companies are starving for folks with clinical backgrounds to get into tech. They don't have enough. Supertriz has talked about this. You go to many of these hospitals, they might got one clinical informaticist, maybe one, and that person is not even generally, maybe even a master's educated nurse, probably just a BSN. And so again, so the what is it going to take going forward to get into these careers in the future? Degrees higher than just a master's, I'll tell you that much. And that's exactly where the nursing profession is going. That's why you see all these, they're getting rid of all these master's programs. They're all becoming doctorates, because that is what's going to be needed in the future.
Anybody else have anything you want to add?
No. What did you want to pivot it to the conversation to something? I'm just like in the middle of eating. I'm almost finished though.
No, I was just going to say that, it's pretty much an open hangout, but we were talking about the future of the Manosphere, but I think we covered that already. I also think it was good dialogue about, the future of Black America come 2020.
Okay.
Yeah, my perspective is that I'm not, all the numbers that I'm looking at, all the numbers that we've looked at over the time, I'm not seeing anything positive in there. If you're just looking at, the general American economy, let me see if I can pull up one of the articles. Okay, here's the article we covered before. Let me share my screen real quick. This one's from CNBC. A majority of CFOs believe the US will be in a recession within a year. This was back in September, we covered this.
Yep.
Why is everyone so pessimistic? A survey of 225 chief financial officers by Duke University shows pessimism on the US economy. The U.S. economy has been growing steadily this year, despite record low unemployment and a stronger consumer. The quarterly Duke University CFO Global Business Outlook of 225 CFOs found that a majority of U.S. CFOs, chief financial officers, 53%, believe that the country will be in a recession by the end of the third quarter next year. They're talking about 2020. 67% see a recession by the end of 2020, fourth quarter. Dr. Noah is back, Duke University finance professor John Graham, the author of the report, said, referring to the increasing pessimism of CFOs, those growing more pessimistic numbers, those are growing more optimistic by a 5-1 margin. So, the findings parallel a similarly pessimistic outlook from the monthly Bank of America Merrill Lynch Global Fund Manager Survey out Tuesday. The survey of over 100 global managers found that 38% expect a recession next year, the highest net recession risk since August 2009. Fund managers continue to expect low growth and low rates and believe central bank stimulus will continue to be needed. People are saying that the market is doing good. You have over 100 global fund managers, as well as 225 CFOs, chief financial officers, that beg to differ otherwise. So more than half are saying otherwise. These are people at the top of their, top of their organizations. Of major organizations.
They're correct.
Yeah, they would be correct.
I can tell you right now, CFOs. His financials came through my desk about a month or two ago. Within the last year, we're talking about a guy whose income was 300-some thousand, literally cut in half. Literally half. 300-some thousand to, I think he's making 130, 148, something like that. Literally half. The banking industry or financial industry is basically going to be looking at a 10% cut across the board. Now I'm going to double check on that number from February to April because that's bonus time. Right now, they've already divvied up the bonuses, but it gets distributed between February and April. So I will look at those numbers again. That's reality. Like I mean, I say the recession is going to hit 2021 mainly because of presidential election. If it wasn't for the presidential election, I would say most definitely 2020. But that's something we haven't seen yet during the presidential election. So, we could be wrong, but I'm going to say first and second quarter 2021. 2020 probably not, only because they're going to continue to prop it up because you already see what the Feds have done literally in the last week or two. With they're not calling it a QE, but it's basically QE.
Right. So QE keto.
Yeah.
Keto.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let me read further into the article. Why the spurt of pessimism? The extreme uncertainty, not just in the U.S., but all around the world, is weighing on companies. And when you get extreme uncertainty, there is a tendency to hunker down. Graham told me. Trade wars are a part of that, but only a part. Germany, one of the largest economies in the world, has flat growth. China is always a bit of a mystery, but there is certainly slower growth there as well. Graham acknowledged that the U.S. economic data remains strong and cautioned that pessimism, while high, was not at extreme levels, but the CFOs seem to be saying that a strong U.S. by itself may not be enough to save the day. It's just not clear right now what part of the world economy is strong enough to pull the rest of the world along with it. So despite the fact that the numbers that King Sigma was saying is, looks upbeat, it's not enough going forward.
We're not making quarterly projections here. That's the thing. It's like this is what we've largely been taking as a long-term futurist approach to this, and giving you our analysis based on that. Now we can look at the short term, and we can follow it based on a quarterly, or an annually from a quarterly, bi-quarterly, or an annual perspective. We could do that, but that doesn't negate the long-term viewpoint here, which is what the numbers suggest overall.
Well, I will also add too, this is exactly what I was saying before, where the numbers are really underreported. And again, I think a lot of
then there's that part.
Is just a lot of it is just to not just bring overall attention and alarm, because I don't, people are not really understanding exactly what's happening here. I think people think that there's going to be this adjustment period, and there's going to be a little bit of strife up front, then there's this adjustment period, and bam, we're back to the way things are going to be. No, 2030 and beyond, this country will forever be changed, and for a lot of folks, it's not going to be in a good way.
Right. Who had their hand up? I think Nicholas Parkinson. What's going on?
Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, brother. What's going on?
Hey,
what's going on, Mike? Complex. I spoke to you guys on Game Changers channel. I don't know if you remember me.
Yeah, I remember you. What's going on, brother?
What's going on, brother?
Chilling.
You told me to, come on a Black Tech Talk, but I didn't get the opportunity to. I was working. I work at nighttime. And you guys always go live around like 8 o'clock. So it's probably the only time I can probably catch you guys real quick. And I noticed since you guys are kind of talking about tech, I feel like I kind of wanted to come on and say my 2 cents on and really just ask a question to Mike.
Oh, that's what's up, man. Yeah.
Mike, I told Complex about, I think it was maybe a week or two ago that I was heading into the military because I wanted to do cybersecurity. I ended up, scoring really high on my my
ASVAB?
ASVAB. So yeah, so I was able to actually get a 116 on my ST, which means skill technical. That's for like the qualifications in the for the army and stuff. And I'm in a debt program right now, which is a delayed entry program, because I'm trying to look for like a real cybersecurity type job or something that can really give me some kind of hard skills. Because I was always into like technology and everything, more front end development, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. But now I'm more focused on, trying to get, maybe the Army's 17C job or maybe the 35Q. That's what my recruiter was telling me that I should probably pick. But they're not open right now. Like the slots are very low, so I'm just in a debt program. I can always take my ASVAB scores because they're high, so I can just go to the Air Force or even the Navy. They have the same kind of jobs, just different MOSs and stuff like that. But I just wanted to kind of get a 2 cents on it.
Yeah.
Can I add something real quick before Mike says something?
I was just gonna say, I would say you go to the Air Force. But go ahead, Dr. Phoenix.
Yeah, you said they told you they didn't have no slots.
Yeah, I'm in the debt right now. So I went to MEPS. The Army's the only one that can look up the jobs in the computer compared to the other branches. The Air Force, I have to sign like a tech. Like if I wanted to go in from what I'm hearing, because it was very difficult to kind of talk to an Air Force recruiter, because I live in New York, and I went over to Foster Avenue in Brooklyn, which is like the only Air Force branch station that I can think of when I Googled it. And I went there and they just wasn't there, and I tried to email them, email recruiter and everything.
Was this recently?
About like maybe a month or two ago. And
here's what I want to tell you, brother. How old are you?
21.
What are you doing now while you're in the delayed entry program?
Well, I'm working full time. I was in college, but I ended up, stepping back from that and decided that, yeah.
Why did you do that?
Because I just felt like that I should just probably just do the military, because they could probably pay for it and everything. I was doing community college. I was at City Tech.
Okay, so you are aware that you could have just at least do your general education there at the city colleges, transfer to a 4-year, then do a ROTC program. Look, let me tell you something. This is kind of what I was getting at the other day with the other brother. I don't recommend you go this route. If you scored high enough on the ASVAB, brother, you can make it. You can make it through a community college. Do your general education requirements there. Transfer to a 4-year. Go to a school with go to a 4-year school with a ROTC program. NYU has one. What was it? The SUNY system, the State University of New York system?
Right.
They have them. I mean, you have Syracuse up north. You have Cornell. I mean, brother, if you're smart enough to qualify to do that well on the ASVAB and qualify for those jobs, brother, you would do just fine. It sounds like to me they dicking you around, if you ask me. Sound like to me they're screwing you around. Look, what did he offer you? What did he offer you when he got your ASVAB scores?
Well, he was just telling me that, a lot of the Intel jobs are good, a 35 series. But he keeps calling me every once in a while. Oh, well, it's not open, but this one is open. You know how the army recruiters always.
Okay, what is he telling you was open? Because to me, it sounds like he jerking you around.
He was telling me about radio operator.
Bullshit.
He called me like 3 weeks ago and told me about that. Like, hey, this is open right now. You can ship off a boot camp right now because someone just dropped out the program and you're able to ship fast. You know how they always do that stuff. So my brother already prepped me because he was ex-military too. He was telling me that, hey, listen, if that job that you specifically want is not gonna get to you, then tell him to fuck off, because
listen to what he told you is what I just said. The dude is bullshitting you around, man. Look, if they're not gonna give you what you want, dude, tell them go eat a dick and move on, man. Like I said, continue to take the classes at the SUNY system. Go to the city colleges. Do that, brother. At the very least, do the gen ed stuff. Because if that recruiter was really giving you some game, man, he knew you was at a community college, brother. He could have easily just told you, like, yeah, if you go do that couple years at the community college, get you an associate's or something like that, yeah, you won't even come in as a private. You know, you would come in a few grades above. And so again, you know.
No, Dr. Phoenix, I appreciate you. I appreciate. Oh, okay. I think Josh is in the background, Mike.
Yeah.
I appreciate you saying this because actually I chopped it up with Nicholas on Game Changers Hangout, and you know we had a nice little chat just kind of about how to. What was it, Nicholas? It was more just kind of like how to position ourselves in the. What were we talking about exactly? Because I know you brought up the cybersecurity part and you wanted to talk to Mike, and that's why I'm glad that you actually came on, man. And I'm glad that Dr. Phoenix is here too, because he has a military background, so he could really explain it to you with far more nuance than Mike, or myself, or shit, Mike, or you know what I mean. It's usually good to hear it from the people who have hands-on experience in it. So I'm really glad that you came here, and I'm really glad, Dr. Phoenix, that you're actually breaking this down, though, man.
Yeah. You know, now that I think about it, since I'll let Josh explain. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah, Josh, military too. Hey, what's going on, Josh?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Happy New Year's and everything.
Yeah, man. 2020.
For sure. Yeah. But I wanted to tell a young brother as well. Everything you said is correct, Dr. Phoenix, but it sounds like they kind of digging them around. And at the end of the day, you need to tell these people what you want to do and let them know what you want to do, because they gonna fuck around. They have their own agenda. They have certain positions that they have on their books that they're trying to fill. And if you know you want to get into cybersecurity, then make sure you let them know that's what you want to do, and don't let them try to sway you into a different job, because they looking at you. You have the leverage at this point before you sign that contract. Well, I don't know if you signed it yet. I think you said you're in a delayed program, but you have the leverage. And when you young, they prey upon you because you young and you naive and all that stuff. And some people, and I'm not saying you like that, but some people are fall for it. You know what I'm saying? And to be honest, I kind of fell for it at a certain point when it came to the jobs. But somebody schooled me on what I need to say. But when you get down to the MEP station, they'll set you in front of a computer and say, we have X, Y, and Z jobs that you can get into based on your score. All you got to do is sit there and tell them, no, that's not what I want to get into. That's not what I want to get into. Either y'all gonna take me back to the house, because they come pick you up and they take you to the MEP center. Either you gonna give me this job, or I'm going back to the house, because you have the leverage at that point. Once you do that, where you swear in and you sign the contract, is over and done with at that point. And it's nothing you can do to change it at that point. So I'm just saying, before you sign that contract, just make sure you stress what you want. And if they don't give you what you want, then tell them, hey, fuck it, I'm going home, and go home, and literally go home. So I mean, that's my only statement to it.
Okay,
I agree with that 100%.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, Dr. Phoenix, because I wanted you to follow up and
yeah, I agree 100%. I agree 100% with what Josh just said. Look, man, they have their own damn agenda, and what Josh was talking about, there's a term, it's called needs of the Army. Basically, they will put you in an MOS based on whatever they need. It's called needs of the Army. When I was a medic, when people failed out of medic school, if they didn't outright kick your ass out, they reclassified you to usually a cook or infantryman or some other bull crap, and it's called needs of the Army. So if you score that well on the ASVAB where you qualify for those higher tier professions, brother, don't settle for nothing less. You tell that damn recruiter that's exactly what you want. You don't settle, and you tell him, call me when you get an open spot. End of story, brother. You're better off going back to the community college, completing your general education program, transfer into a 4-year, go do an ROTC program, let them pay for your stuff. Because if you got any debt, if you shouldn't have any debt if you went to a community college, but let's just say you did, and you went to a 4-year, you got into ROTC program, they will pay all of that, brother. You will become an officer, which means you're gonna make a hell of a lot more money than a goddamn enlisted. And you ain't gotta deal with none of that you ain't gotta deal with none of those enlisted politics. Cause I mean it gets real shiesty on the enlisted side. And then you'll still get your security clearance. And then you go do what it do. Because the thing about it is that when you go into the officer, corps in the Army, for example, you go by branch. So you got branch. So you have the intelligence, you have intelligence, you have the medical branch, you have the nursing corps. I mean, you have the engineering corps. You have different branches of the officer corps within the Army. So, my recommendation after my years of service and having been deployed, I would tell you outright, I would never tell a brother to just join as an enlisted. You you do whatever you can to become an officer. You let those motherfuckers pay for your damn college education. If you really want to join the military that bad, you go do your goddamn general ed at your community college, transfer to a 4-year, get into ROTC program, go to OCS school, become an officer, end the story. That's how it should work. If that dude can't give you what the hell you want, then you tell him go to hell, because he is bullshit.
How many credits do you have right now in college, in community college, city college?
That was my first year, so I believe I only had maybe I was only in very briefly because I started college late because I had the time. I was working and everything, so I stepped in for about, took about maybe 3 to 4 classes. But I mean, if I have to check my transcript because it was very brief. And then I said to myself, what am I doing in college when I could just go to the military, get the security clearance and everything, and just allow them to pay for it? I was actually doing it the opposite way that Dr. Phoenix said to do it. So,
Yeah, I would have actually, if I could do it all over again, I would have gone Air Force, but in cybersecurity. But I
got a quick question for you, brother. Because actually Ray Alexander brings up a pretty good point. Have you thought about going into HBCU? Now, this is the one time where I would probably recommend going to an HBCU because they do have very good, all of them have very good ROTC programs.
ROTC,
yeah. So if you're able to move, brother, I would think of a school like maybe Morehouse in Atlanta. Morehouse is a good one. Howard, I would think of maybe those two, maybe even Fisk or Hampton or something like that. But I would probably stick with Morehouse and Howard for the most part. But I would say if you can do that, brother, it is a very strong recommendation on my part, brother. Just go ROTC. If you really want the military service, you're a young man. You got time, brother. I would just say don't rush into something, and certainly don't let them sucker you into a damn MOS you're gonna later hate life for.
Yeah.
Because they will pull some bullshit on you and have your ass doing some crappy job, you in some crappy ass MOS, and you're not gonna like it. And so yeah, but I do have one more question for you before I end this here, before I finish up. Who did you talk to someone initially that put the idea of going to the military in here? Did you talk to anyone, or this was just something
you said his brother?
Yeah, I was just listening to a lot. I've been listening to the Brain Trust for a while about 2030 and the fourth industrial revolution. I just said to myself, how do I position myself to get the skills? So like my roadmap was going to the military, spend time, get the training, get the security clearance. It costs thousands of dollars to get that in the private sector. So if you can get it in the military, it's free. And then post, either do college in the military. Like my recruiter was telling me something about you could do online school, which I knew was bullshit. Cause I know those are degree mills, man. Like they're not worth anything.
But online schools work a bit differently if you're military.
Yeah.
They work a bit differently. Those are accredited. Those are actually legit accredited schools. It is because a lot of schools have partnerships with DoD because a lot of veterans they're either deploying, they're on various assignments or whatever, so they necessarily can't have all their time devoted into, you know, just sitting in class like that. So many schools have partnerships with the DoD where service members can do distance learning and stuff like that. So I wouldn't discount. I would not that's the one scenario where I wouldn't discount. Well, one of maybe two scenarios I wouldn't discount online education. So yeah, I would say that. But I will also say too, your brother told you the truth. My only thing is that I think it does a lot of young brothers a disservice to not really push the idea of being an officer in the military. I really strongly, everything I know now, if I could do it all over again, brother, I would have. I had really high ASVAB scores like you too, but I picked medic because I wanted it, but I didn't know at the time. I didn't think of it. I really didn't think the process through, and I just kind of made a hasty decision. And so ultimately, it has worked out for me. But again, you know, most brothers, it doesn't work that way for you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna go to, you're in New York, so maybe the Sinetta school as well might be applicable.
Hey, and this is hey, fellas, let me say this one thing, because this is just something that we haven't, you know, brought up to the young fella as well. There's also the reserve side. You can go home, you can go and go to basic training, AIT, go to school and all that stuff, and then go back home.
What?
So that's the route I took. And you just do the 1 weekend a month, 2 weeks a year over the summer, where you go off to whatever training they got. So I know a lot of what Dr. Phoenix was saying, it was more geared towards the active duty side. Well, the reservist side, like I said, you can go to basic training with all the active duty folks, go to AIT with all the active duty folks, and then soon at the end of it, everybody getting their assignment to go wherever they're going. Oh, you going to Korea, you going wherever, you going Bliss, you going wherever, you going home. You're gonna get orders to go home. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure he know that is an option, and they may not present it to you, but that is an option. You can go, you get all the same benefits as active duty, especially when it comes to school. Especially when it comes to school. Now you don't have a steady paycheck coming in. So if you have a job have a job, since he said he has a job that he's working now, he can come back to that job. You know what I'm saying? And your job will protect that your job is protected, where you can come back to that position. As long as you let them know that you're going to the military, they're by law, they're supposed to hold that job for you.
Okay, I didn't know
And
that.
so,
That's a very good point that Josh makes. That's an extremely good point. And you know, I didn't even think of the reserve component, because I mean, I think that is a very viable option for you, brother. Because again, you can still become an officer, you can still go to school, they'll still pay for it, you still have access to the GI Bill, all that stuff. So yeah, that's a very good option. I didn't think of that. So yeah.
So wait, Dr. Phoenix, don't you think the officer route is like more like career committed? Like I think I've heard Mike say this on a live stream.
No, not necessarily. Lots of folks become officers, and you know, they don't do their whole 20 years. A lot of folks do it and get out. I mean, not every person does it, but I mean, it all depends on whatever you want to do. But again, just having that, being able to say you're a military officer is like the equivalent of being a CEO.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, if you look on these, job applications, especially if you get to some of the more senior ranks of officer, let's say in the Army, you got to like major, lieutenant colonel, you know, stuff like that. That is the equivalent of someone running an organization.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's how a lot of that's how these folks look at it on your resumes and stuff like that. So that's why I recommend officers to brothers, because that's something I did not know back, because I joined when I was a few years younger than you, but when I joined, I didn't know this, man. So you know, again, so when I meet brothers like yourself, you know, I tell them I push them towards the officer candidate school, because one, there's not a whole lot of brothers, although brothers are overrepresented as a population within the military. Most brothers are enlisted, they're not officers.
Dang, I thought you became like an officer like automatically, but just from
No,
ranking up.
no. The only way to become an officer, you have to have a college degree.
Yep.
Dang.
Prerequisite.
If unless now you have to have a college degree, but they have very specific officer corps. So like for physicians, they have the medical corps. For nurses, they have the nursing corps. They have the engineering corps if you're an engineer, so on and so forth. I mean, they even have stuff for folks who are physicists. So I mean, it goes, up, it goes throughout the spectrum. So if you want to be an officer, you have to have a college degree, minimum bachelor's degree. It don't, in many respects, if you just want to be a general officer, don't even matter what the hell your degree is in.
If you have a degree, if you get your bachelor's in information cybersecurity, you are a hot ticket on the market.
Wow. So I mean, what from a financial standpoint, even as an officer, I mean, I've heard Mike say this on a live stream that the military won't even pay that well. And I mean, even though it makes a lot of sense for the DoD to have cyber professionals, creating some kind of cybercom, which I think they've already created like what, a decade ago. And would it make a lot of sense for you to stay in the military 20 years? Because I heard that a lot of people just leave, because they get the credentials, they get the security clearance, just exit.
Well, you get recruited because Raytheon and
private sector,
Lockheed, and all those companies that partner with the military and the government actually want you more.
Right. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny to be deployed overseas, making, and I tell you, I was making $50,000 a year when I was deployed to Afghanistan as a E5 with family, BAH, and all the benefits that they throw on there. It came up to about 55 to 56,000 a year is what I made while I was deployed. And then you got a civilian guy, a fat ass civilian guy sitting next to you doing the exact same job, making $150,000 a year. So that's why people switch over so quickly. Because especially when you start talking to these guys, that's kind of how I got into contracting. It's because I'm working along next to these contracting guys, and I'm like, hey, I do IT too, you know what I'm saying? And I just hand them my resume. I'm just a reservist, so I can get in the IOR, which is inactive ready reserve, where you don't have to drill. And I was still in the military, earning time and service. And I went back overseas and I worked, and made all that money while I was went back to Afghanistan, made all that money.
I mean, we were just
in the
talking about
Army.
that last night. I mean, we were literally just talking about this last night. And like I said, even like about a week or so ago, when I was in Obsidian's chat, and me and BA were talking, and he's former military, but he got out after about 8 years, started doing contracting. Even he talked about just how lucrative it was, because that's what I meant about, that's why a lot of folks don't do the 20 years, because the contract work is so damn lucrative, especially if you're in like cybersecurity, IT, in the IT world, with military, it's so damn lucrative, man. They're paying you tons of goddamn money, and half the time you probably just sitting on your ass.
I just got an offer a few weeks ago from I'm not going to say which company and which contractor it was, but to be in Dubai for 189 grand.
Yeah, I absolutely believe
military contract.
Yep, they out there. There's a lot of them.
Yeah, if you can take the heat, man, and you don't mind, some Arab trying to take a dump on you, man, you might be good over there. A little bit of scat here and there.
No. You know what, man? Shut up. Go ahead, y'all.
Soul Shader on the panel, man. He has similar questions.
What?
Shader, are you there?
Oh, Soul Shader.
I'm here.
Put some volume on your mic, my brother.
Volume. Okay. Hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah. Coming a little low.
I'll switch it. I'll be right back. I'll switch it.
Okay.
All right. We also have Johnny Blaze.
Yo.
What's going on, fellas?
What's good? What's good, man? Happy New Year, brother.
You too. Now. Well, not yet. Another 4 hours.
No, okay, yeah, you still got a few hours. Yep.
Yeah. Did you have something you wanted to input?
Well, hey, really, I just want to ask you guys, Mike, a question. Honestly, it was about the G Suite, Google Suite. What's your takes on getting certified in that?
I think a lot of schools are moving to that direction. So I know the last job I was at before, they did use G Suite because they use Macs. They did not use Office. They were completely anti-Microsoft. So that's the extent of it. I think going forward, that's going to make a lot of sense because everybody's moving to like Google Cloud and Google services. Going forward with like Chrome OS and these platforms, these are cloud platforms. So I think it might make sense in a year or so, maybe a couple of years, as everyone moves to the cloud and starts moving their operations there. I see it more in academia than anything else. A lot of academic institutions don't want to pay for Microsoft licenses, man. They it's just not in their budget. And,
really?
Oh yeah, they rake you over the coals, man.
Yeah, it's just not in the budget.
Apple to license that Office suite and all that, man. Yeah. They're raking you over the coals.
Yeah, the reason why you see a lot of schools use Apple Macs is because Apple heavily discounts them to with an offer you can't refuse, and so they put all their money behind a Mac, but then they don't put their money behind the software, and so
right.
G Suite has now become the choice. You get Google Docs, which is pretty much similar to Microsoft Office, as long as you're not doing anything advanced. Gmail is pretty simplistic, especially the enterprise version. It works no different than the regular consumer civilian version. And then you take into consideration Google Messenger and all that stuff. It kind of syncs with your phone. So for a lot of
it does.
Yeah, for a lot of academic institutions, this is like the go-to thing now, unless they have some kind of heavy discount from Microsoft. I see that being the primary choice. So if you got somebody who's certified in G Suite, that does become pretty interesting because despite how intuitive G Suite is, Gmail and Docs and stuff like that, there's still a lot of people who are who have been below the entry level point, the novice level point, that still need help with that type of stuff, setting it up.
Really? I didn't know that.
Well, it's kind of difficult when you're in a non-Microsoft environment. Everything's kind of plug and play. But when you have like Macs and Chromebooks and stuff like that, it's not as simplistic.
It isn't.
Yeah, you have
it's different. It's like a different software or a different operating system to work it.
It's just different ways of managing, data, right? So in academia, you have to protect student information. So you can't just have things being plugged in and whatnot from a software standpoint. And so that stuff has to be set up correctly so that information is not leaking out, because then the school can be fined by the state.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, that's why they was trying to get your boy Umar Johnson talking about what school he went to, because schools won't release your information. They can't. They can get sued.
Right. Yeah, he tried to bring his stuff back through an abacus or something like that, man. So that's how protected the information was. But from a G Suite standpoint, it makes sense from the nonprofits. The nonprofits really benefit greatly from it. One of my good recruiters, they actually use Chromebooks. They don't have any Microsoft or Apple products because it's just not in their budget. They'd rather spend $100 on a Chromebook and do the same amount of work.
Right.
So if that answers your question, Johnny Blaze.
Yeah, it does, man. Because the school I work at, we use iPads for the students, and we do have, but we kind of got a combination of things. We got iPads, we got Windows computers, a little bit of everything. But one of the biggest issues has been the software side. I think we're good on the hardware side, but just I think how they're bringing all the things together. I try to work with the IT staff as much as I can. I can make suggestions, but at the end of the day, it's all on budget.
Yeah, that's where a lot of schools are going that way. It's just that much cheaper. It's this atmosphere. If you can set it up, if you're going to be the guy that can set it up, you become a Google administrator at that point. And you're the one that delegates the permissions to everybody else below you. That's going to be important because, like I said, you know, any sort of student information that gets leaked out, school becomes
reliable at that point.
Yeah, they're at warp to stay at that point because you have to pay a fine. At least in my state, you have to pay a fine with MDPR, so Massachusetts Data Protection Regulation, protecting all information that's sensitive. You have to pay up to $50,000 a record that's lost.
Dang, yeah, that's a lot of money.
That's their students, man. You're SOL. But yeah, get it, man. If it's free, get it.
Wait, you said SOL, not SYSBM?
Oh man.
Yeah, no, that yeah. My school they still use Microsoft Suite, but again, it's a large Big Ten university, so they can probably afford it. But, I do see a lot of medium-sized schools certainly utilizing the G Suite.
No, your charter schools. Your charter schools are going to one of the primary uses of it, and nonprofits.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. Again, I mean, especially if you go put a lot of charter schools in sort of economically deprived neighborhoods. So I mean, it makes perfect sense. It matches up well with what students in those areas could probably afford. So I can definitely see the use of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tripped me out. Both my sons that I homeschooled them, and they go to a charter school. They use G Suite for everything.
You homeschooled your kids?
Yeah, I homeschool my kids. Well, I mean, it's through a charter school. It's through a charter school, but it's
okay.
Yeah, 80% homeschool though, and they go to class like once a week or whatever. But yeah, they use G Suite for everything.
Yeah, I figured it would be like No Limit Academy or something like that.
Nah, Cash Money. Cash Money, man.
Silk the Shaka, you know, doing lectures.
Oh hell.
Oh man.
I went to a charter school before. When I was younger.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, when I was in after elementary school, I remember that my school had turned into a charter school, so I got to stay at that same school before I had to move to middle school.
Yeah. So I would get that certification if it's free. It should be free. I know on their site they do have some free certifications for Google that everybody should get. Even libraries now are moving to Google Chrome for the operating system. A lot of libraries pay big money for these stupid iMacs and whatnot. I don't know who makes the decisions on those, but they should have been fired a long time ago, wasting our tax dollars on that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, man. They had them in my school, man. Straight trash.
Yeah. Yeah. Soul Shader.
Yes.
Are one of these guys trying to get into the military?
Yeah. I'm yeah. That's what I'm.
Grandiose plan. Can you kind of explain to some of these military guys that's on here about and how you're trying to get in and what you're trying to do?
Okay, well, I'm working on doing that in 2020. That's what I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to see a recruiter in January, and then I'm gonna get a job like as a boatman mate, and just do that job. Get the complete the training. Pass the tests and stuff. Get the training. Once I get the training, then I can start getting paid, and then I can use the money to invest into buying stocks in the stock market to do the dividend investing. And I keep reinvesting those dividends and build up that interest over the years while I'm in there. And then once I try to see if I could do the 20 years, and then once I finish that, I could go to college, do maybe digital art or animation or one of those two. And that would be my goal.
Hey, Mike, can I ask him a question?
Wait, well, who? I think it was two people trying to speak.
This is Johnny Blaze.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Hey, so Shay, how you doing? Hey, I'm a retired Air Force guy, so did 25 years in the military.
Right.
Okay, so let me ask you a couple questions here. How old are you right now?
20.
You're 20 years old. Okay, so you got 4 branches you can deal with. Now, is 20 years your actual goal? Are you trying to stay in and retire?
That's what I would like to do. I would like to just stay in there. Like
Okay,
just stay in
so
there.
I can at least tell you what I did. Now, I did 25 years. I went to college while I was on active duty. So I went through, got my degree, got my associates, my bachelor's, and my master's all on active duty. So I retired. So now I teach college. But I will tell you, out of the 4 branches, the Army will promote you probably the fastest. The Air Force will be the slowest. But I will tell you, the Air Force promotes school more than the others. It's a little bit else, and I'll say they promote school, but they have a mechanism that makes it a little bit easier for you to get your degree than the other branches. It's called the Community College of the Air Force. We're the only one that actually have it. And now, whatever service you want to go in, that's up to you. I'm not here to plug, I can just at least tell you what I know from my time in the military. But my mother was in the Army, but she pushed me toward the Air Force. I don't like a whole lot of outdoorsy kind of stuff, but I will say the Air Force is probably the most technical branch
Right.
out of them. But beyond that, so is the Navy. The Navy is very tech heavy as well.
Yeah, that's where I was gonna go. I was gonna go to the Navy.
Yeah. But I would definitely, at least look at how their schooling mechanism works. Now, I would definitely talk to an Air Force recruiter so they can explain that community college of the Air Force mechanism, because with that one, you're able to train. Let's just say you decide you don't want to stay. If you have your CCF degree, you have a legitimate associate's degree that you can take and go to any other regionally accredited school. Okay. Now, the other branches, that's a little bit harder. I know Dr. Phoenix, I believe he was prior Army. He can probably talk on the Army better than I can.
Yeah, it ain't happening in the Army. I tell you that one outright. It ain't happening in the Army. I agree. I agree 100% with what Johnny Blaze just said. And I think this is what we were saying about. I was speaking about you the other night, Soul Shader. That when I say your best bet is to do the Air Force, that's what I meant.
Okay.
Exactly what Johnny Blaze has said. Because again, you're not gonna have that opportunity to go to school like that. Even if you went into the Navy, man, I mean, you're just not gonna have it. The Air Force is a lot better at promoting its service members to go to school than certainly the Army, for sure the Marines and
Right.
Navy.
Or the Coast Guard. I
Now,
have a cousin that's
however, I do know this much. Now, if you want to be medical, I it's kind of a toss up. I didn't know this when I was in. Now, if you want to be medical, like a physician or something like that, you're probably better served. You would be well served going into the Army per se. But I don't know exactly what you want to do, because I don't know exactly what a boatswain does. I'm not sure if that really helps you in the future. I would say if you're gonna go into the military as a whole, brother, you really need to think about getting into an MOS that has some real viability outside of the service.
right. Like a job that you can
Absolutely.
use like in civilian life. Right.
Yeah, I would something that translates very well into service. Like for example, like the other brother a few moments ago talking about IT and cybersecurity. I mean, those translate very well. Again, Josh was just explaining his experience working as a contractor. You know, uh, there's a lot of things too. Even medical, a lot of folks come out that were former Navy corpsmen, Army medics. A lot of them go into the VA system. The VA has a very special system where they train you as medical techs or whatever. It's a start, but pretty not bad, coming out, making like 50, 60 grand a year. Not too bad coming out, especially if you're really young. You know, however, if you want to be like a physician or even a nurse in the military, I'd probably say the Army is probably not a bad choice in that regard. Air Force is probably still better overall, but the Army is actually a pretty good choice, because simply they use a lot of CRNAs. They have their own nursing corps, have their own physician medical corps. There's also the Uniformed Services Health Professions School.
The U shoes.
Yeah, Yeah, that's the military's medical school.
Yeah, we got the PA school.
Yep, they had Associated PA school. Yeah, actually, I have a really good friend. She's Army, but she's a PA, but she's probably a major or something like that by now. But yeah, so her and I were medics together years ago. But yeah, so I mean, she did that. Her in particular, she did that. I know a lot of folks that have done PA programs and stuff like that in the military. But again, I think if you need a very specific plan, brother, your plan doesn't sound really specific. It kind of sounds a little bit all over the place, if you ask me. You need to really narrow down what you want to do. Because I know you say maybe going to school and maybe doing art, design, or something like that. I don't know what some of the brothers think about that. My personal opinion, I don't think that's a good idea, but that's just me. I think you do really need to want to do an MOS, brother, that has translatable skills. That's my
I would just say that if your end game is to get into something like animation or something like that, then just go ahead and make a beeline for it. Like, I wouldn't even entertain going some extremely like wide roundabout route to get to ultimately where you want to go. Whereas if what you want to do is something that really doesn't have anything to do with military, I mean, or
I
then
need money though.
if you are going to do that, then at least listen to someone like a Dr. Phoenix who says, okay, well, look, take the shortest route through the military to get to the end game to what you want to do.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I try to. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. So I'm the resident.
That's why I preach. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
Oh yeah, I'm the resident visual artist on the panel. So if you're going that route, and I'll just give you my experience, if you're looking for a career, especially when it comes to the visual design route, the suggestion is to go interactive design or video game development.
Okay.
Right? VR is blowing up, augmented reality is blowing up, game development is always where it's at.
It's the hot.
I say merge the visual and the technical. So
Right.
if you're artistically inclined, go understand the technical aspect of it. So the suggestion would be, if you do, say, video gaming, for example, definitely understand how to code for video games with artistic, with artists. You combine them, you'll be a beast in the industry. Also, if you go on for my job, I'm heavily visually designed, but I do front-end development, I do interactive, and I do planning. So lucrative career fields depending on where you want to go. And I had a good friend. I went to SCAD, which is what was Atlanta College of Art, which is now SCAD. A lot of my buddies, they currently work for the military, working on simulators. They're doing 3D previs. They're doing a lot of the simulators for the Air Force and the Navy. The gaming component is a big deal when it comes to training and learning in the military. So there's a couple of things to think about if you wanted to kind of narrow it down or something.
Actually, that's a good point, because before I deployed my brigade, we were in a training cycle for about 3 months before we deployed, and a lot of training we did was simulation based, but a lot of it was actually software that was designed by Ubisoft. So is anyone probably familiar with that company? They make the Ghost Recon
Game developer.
So Ubisoft used to build. In fact, I still think they still have a partnership with DoD, but they were some of the original developers of a lot of that simulation technology that specifically I know the Army used for sure. And so, again, a lot of that is very, very much in order, because even when I was a medic, we used to do we had lab simulations, so we used to work on the SimMans and stuff like that. So we would have like EKG labs. We would have labs where we pretty much do all kinds of stuff. And so a lot of this was virtual, and then a lot of this in the SimMan. I'm sure some of the brothers in the chat that are physicians, maybe they might have worked on some of that while they were in the military. I don't, if they're still in, they might have worked on some of that. So I mean, that a lot of that, there's a lot of simulation and stuff involved with military training. So he's absolutely correct in that regard.
Since you brought up,
augmented reality changed the game a bit also, because ideally now from a VR augmented reality viewpoint, we're looking at doing remote learning from engineering to medical to basics understanding of a ship layout, right? and all can be done remotely with multiple candidates from around the world with one professor on the internet. So there's a lot of opportunities emerging that the video game and the interactive skill set is going to lean heavily for, especially in the military and medical context. So it's just a bunch of stuff just to think about.
Right.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to throw this out there. Don't forget about the reserve as well. That way you can make a decision if that's what you want to do. Because once you sign that contract, you know, you in it for whatever time you sign up for. I think the standard is 8 years on the contracts. I know in the Army it was 8 years minimum, and they'll split it up active duty. And then they say you can do reserve for the second 4 years, and then the IOR for the last 2, or I'm sorry, 2 years you can do reserve, and then 2 years you can do IOR. But I also wanted to bring up, and I don't know if Johnny Blaze can speak to this, but I'm pretty sure the Air Force has a drone program. I'm not sure what it is in the Air Force. I know the Army does as well.
Yes, we do have a drone program.
And that's something. And when y'all brought up gaming, that just made me think about that as well. And I just want to throw that out there.
No, all the major contractors have some form of simulation program. Boeing, Lockheed, yeah, they have a new 3D and all augmented reality. That's why Microsoft has HoloLens. It's not available for civilians. It's only available for the government.
Wow.
Yeah, my boy was doing he was doing all the simulators for the Air Force. He was building all the planes in 3D, setting up the cockpits, working with the engineering team to design the simulators. Man, it was a 5-year contract, man. He used that to leverage to get a master's degree to go into what I'm going into, what I do now. So it's a lot of opportunities there. And the specialty is like if you can merge the artistic with the technology.
Right. That's what I'm trying to do. That's why I wanted to go into like the digital art, because I like to use like the drawing tablet and the software, the digital drawing software.
Yeah, I would definitely say, man, look at the video game development tracks, right? Just look at those really carefully, because I think that's where everything is going.
Okay.
And then if you don't get into the video game industry with your military background, man, you can go lock down 150 something to go help out, build out training simulators and this cool stuff for basic stuff for the Army or the military. You would once you get into the military, you'll see the need. You'll see it.
Even law enforcement as well.
Oh, yep. Forgot about that. And municipal. Yeah. And,
I would even say that there's probably jobs in stuff like even Tesla would probably even have positions for someone that would have a mix of tech and graphic skill with regards to any sort of interfacing, like GUIs or the interface on like tablets.
UX
right.
design.
Yeah. Exactly.
If you're UX designer, because most UX designers have a graphic design background, but if you can figure out how to get that front end development part connected to what you do, you become a rare commodity in the industry.
You go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yep. It's just like back in the day, dude, where you had people who could code a website. You had people who could design a website.
Yeah, the designers of the website.
It was very rare that there was a guy who could do both proficiently.
Bruh, if you know how to do both, like I manage overseas teams because I can chin check like in real time in the Chrome inspector. When something's not doing right, I can pull up the code and be like, no, bruh, this is what I need. So, and then ideally every skill set you add to your repertoire, you're looking at maybe a 30-40 grand increase. Yeah. Right. Especially if you coming in with different tiers. So if you can do UX, visual design, front end development, and bro, if you can touch that back end server code, bro, 180 minimum, you'll be that dude.
Yeah. Yeah. We got Nicholas with his hand up. Anything?
Yeah, Mike. I was gonna ask you, does it make any sense to spend 20 years in the military, since the DoD will be more focused on building kind of cyber force? From an economics perspective, I mean, you'll get paid more outside. Will it ever change? I know they're not gonna want to. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, military is going to cloud and they're going to artificial intelligence. That's why Amazon is beefing with beefing with Trump. That's why Jeff
Oh, okay.
beefing with Trump, because they want to get that big $10 billion contract, but Microsoft got it. But the reason why Amazon did not get the contract is because they need to break up their vendors. They can't put all their eggs into one basket by having one vendor as the sole provider of cloud computing or any sort of services. That's not how any organization runs. The Navy, Army, Air Force, they're not all going to use the same contractors. It's not feasible.
Right.
Point. So what I'm saying here is a lot of their operations are going to be put into cloud computing, and in cloud computing they're going to leverage what we call TensorFlow 2.0 or TensorFlow 3.0 at the time, probably this time next year, which is artificial intelligence. A lot of your cybersecurity will be artificial intelligence, AI driven. It's up to you as a specialist to determine the viability of every single incident that takes place and every event that is triggered. That's what you're there for, from a human aspect.
Okay.
Right. Now, if I can speak to the 20-year thing, it's best. One benefit I can say for staying in for 20 years, in my opinion, is, and I know Johnny Blaze can speak to this, you cannot beat the healthcare. No outside insurance company cannot beat what the military offers as far as healthcare, especially in the reserves as well. They have TRICARE Reserve Select, where you can go to any doctor that you choose now. They just opened it up. They just opened it up where you can go to any doctor. Before you had to go to bases or whatever to actually get the healthcare, depending on what you need. But in my experience, I haven't seen any place where healthcare is better than what you would get from the military, as well as that pension. You know what I'm saying? You always get that pension depending on where you retire from. I mean, what rank you retire in.
Can you guys talk more about that pension? Like, what's that all about?
I do want to say something really quickly. The TRICARE Prime is actually it is probably by far the best healthcare plan you can get in this country. I mean, it is very good. Like I said, if you're married, you have you have significant others, you can't beat that. So I agree 100% with what Josh just said. So
okay. Okay. So hello, it's Johnny Blaze. Okay, he had a question about the pension.
Yeah.
Okay, so how that works? Basically, once you do 20 years in the military, they're going to take what's known as a base salary. So our pay is broken up into three parts. You get your base pay for whatever your rank is.
Right.
Then you get money to eat, and you get money for housing if you live off base.
Okay.
Well, when you retire, though, that housing and that food money goes away, but that base salary stays, and then they take that and they cut that in half. So at 20 years, you get 50% of that. For every year you go beyond 20 years, add 2% onto that.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
So like me, for instance, I did 25 years. My and I just use rough numbers. I make about $3,000 a month just to wake up.
That's
and don't let you need VA benefits as well. If you make
that's separate.
That's separate. Yeah, that's separate. That's on top. So I mean, if you like, I injured my knee, I injured my ankle, and I got claims with the VA, and I get close to $1,600 a month. So it goes off the percentages and where they rate you at as far as. Like, I mean, if you run 20 years in the military, you obviously gonna have knee issues at the end of the day, or doing ruck marches. And I'm speaking on the Army. I know that the Air Force is they have the best living and everything. But at the end of the day, you gonna hurt something. And I'm not trying to wish that on you, but I mean, even if you don't know you heard something, you heard something. And so make that claim at the end of the day. I mean, PTSD, I mean, some guys deal with that. you know, depending on
Claim
what you saw.
everything.
Yeah, just make sure you claim
Wow.
everything. Yep, and document everything. If you, I mean, if
That's
you do
it.
decide to get in, make sure you keep all your medical documentation. Don't lose anything. Don't lose DD 214. Don't lose your yeah. I mean, just your documentation. Don't lose it. I mean, when I was when I first came in, I had a binder, and everybody knows about this that's been in the military. It's called a I Love Me book, where you keep all your documentation in it, from the day you join to the day you get out. Keep all your documentation.
Yeah, I usually tell brothers make multiple copies of your medical records, especially because the VA has this very interesting habit of losing records, I'll say. But yeah, as a set aside to what Josh was just saying, I always recommend every brother, every service member make multiple copies of your records, period. So you'll have, just in case anything happens, you'll have copies. If you can keep copies with your folks, maybe keep a copy in a safe deposit box or something like that, whatever. But yeah, but definitely have multiple copies of your records for sure. So I agree with everything Josh just said.
Scan it, scan your record and put it on either a thumb drive or into your Microsoft OneDrive or your Google Cloud storage.
Yeah, and also if you come in, get your records scanned every couple of years. So like don't wait to the end. You want to do it like at your 5-year mark, your 10, your 15, your 20. And another thing on that I Love Me binder he's talking about, that's not just your medical stuff. That's everything that you do in the military. You get so many different types of training you don't realize. A lot of this stuff can be used on the civilian side. Like for instance, I'm a medic. I'm an X-ray tech by trade, but I've also worked in emergency management, and I've also done some computer work while I was in the military. So all that's in my I Love Me binder.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that because even as a medic, I picked up various licenses. See, I even had a CDL. So I mean, you do. I mean, again, if you
can drive trucks south to Phoenix.
Yeah.
I thought the only truck you drove was like a FX, 50 or something.
No, I was in a Ford support battalion when I went to Iraq. So they just had me driving these big ass trucks, deuce and a halves. I mean every damn thing. And so I ended up picking up CDLs. I ended up picking up a CDL. So this is stuff I had in my record. And like if you go to a lot of states, if you already had a CDL in the military, you don't have to take none of those exams. You just have to reapply, and they let you drive. So I mean, it's really. I'm sure MOT, if he was still on, he could probably speak to that. But yeah, I know certainly where I'm at in Wisconsin. If you came out of the military with a CDL, you don't. I think maybe you just have to take the exam and that's it. You don't have to go through none of the training courses or none of that. So it's pretty straightforward. So like I said, there's a lot of training and a lot of certifications you pick up along the way that are definitely very beneficial to you, in the future.
Hey, Dr. Phoenix, there's one job that we have not mentioned: medical equipment repair.
Yeah, that's actually, that's a moneymaker.
That is a huge moneymaker.
Yeah, that especially on the civilian sector, man. And one typically you do have to go to school for that, and but yeah, I might know maybe 1 or 2 people that have done that, and it's a moneymaker. That's the best way I can put it to you, man. It's a moneymaker. Stuff that normally people with clinical backgrounds you do a lot of consulting work in that area. I mean, a lot of money to be made.
Now, the military does have a training school. Now, I will say this, though. That school is very hard. They have a 75% washout rate.
Wow.
Yeah. Most of your medical programs in general have pretty high washout rates. Like when I was at Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, we were at the Brooke Army Medical Center, and I mean, I think we started out about maybe 400. By the time I graduated, there were maybe about 150 of us left. So, I mean, you're looking at somewhere about a 65, 70% washout rate. And I mean, and for the ones that they did not just outright kick out, they just reclassified into a different MOS, usually infantry or cook or something like that. So,
hey, I want to go to Julian real quick. He has his hand up.
Thanks, Mike. Maurice, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I heard you talking about front-end web development earlier, and I'm
Yep.
a junior web developer. Do you mind sharing your email address through the back chat?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
I have a new question. So, what branch would I have to go in to do that video game development?
It's not. I don't think it's a matter of branch. I think that any of the branches will have some form of augmented reality sort of sector set up.
Okay.
Yeah. And the recommendation is to start like with a basic. So, like for example, Python, ASP.NET. Like get your head wrapped around that, and then if you have the time, augment that with stuff outside of military when you got time. So taking online courses, doing seminars and workshops. But if you can get a lot of your computer training and discipline covered in the military, about time you come out, you can transition that pretty successfully if you're developing for Unreal Engine, for example. And that's what they use a lot to kind of develop all the modern video games. So if you have a coding background, it's nothing to pick up a book and kind of get into the code set for that particular platform. I don't remember what Unreal Engine uses, but is in that realm of C++ and Python and that sort of thing. So yeah, just get a fundamental, get master a fundamental, and then once you have that master, circle back around and add additional things on top of that.
A lot of the new games are moving to C# though.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, because it's platform agnostic now. It can work on Linux and Windows-based machines as well as Android.
Hey, kiddo.
Please. Yeah, the point that I'm making here is that C# is actually the emerging language now for game development.
That's cool.
Yeah. I don't know if Julian got his his question answered or not.
I didn't actually, just did. Appreciate it.
Dog Wind, you're on the panel with us. You have your hand up.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. My question was, the young man, you were intending on becoming a bosun's mate?
Yeah.
That is a hands-on type job where you're using your hands handling ropes. It is not a technical job, and sounds like you were looking more for a technical job.
Right. Like I'm trying to find something that's like where I could use my hands, but I could also use the tech and stuff and be like creative.
Bosun's mate is not that job.
Oh, okay.
All right. You need to talk to him to see if you can get into electronics field, or if you want to get into engineering or electrical. All right. Bosun's mate is not that job.
Okay.
And you want to go in with a school, or else they'll have you work in the decks or work in the chow hall for a long period of time, maybe approximately a year before they allow you to go for a school. You need to go in with the school already set up when you enlist.
Okay.
All right. So when you go talk to a recruiter, ask them what jobs that you qualify for. Have you taken the ASVAB already?
Not yet.
Okay. You need to take the ASVAB. They'll tell you what you're qualified for. But do not do bosun's mate. Do not do mess specialist.
Don't do med specialist?
In other words, working in the galley.
Oh, okay.
All right. Stay clear because they'll end up eating up a lot of your time. You want to go for a technical type job, so that way even if you do come to a ship in your lower rank, you only be there for a period of time.
Right. And then
Right.
if I get the do anything within the computers or whatever, then I'll still have the option to leave if I change my mind.
Oh no, no. What if you get the school, go for that particular field that you qualify for, you go to that school. Then as you get to a ship, if you go to a ship, you'll be going into that, working in that field aboard the ship. But there's sometimes they have the lower people go through the mess decks in the beginning, just because you're lower rank. And then after maybe 3 months or so, whatever the time limit is, depending on how the rotation of crew is, you get to actually do your job. But if you do bosun's mate, that may take years.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. Do not go in there without a school.
All right.
All right. That's all I wanted to share with you.
Hey, thank you for that, Dogwin.
All right.
There you have it, brother. Got plenty of game. And what are you gonna do with it?
I'm gonna get into computers and technology.
Well, like I said, brother, you're young, so you have some big decisions to make, but be smart about the decision you make. And just as with the other brother, man, do not let these damn recruiters sucker you into signing up for some shit you don't want.
Right.
And if it doesn't work out, man, you're a black male, you're a minority, man. Any of these big art institutes will bring you in for free.
They will?
Listen, I used to
didn't know that.
I used to do graffiti when I was younger. A lot of the guys I did graffiti with, man, they went on to do big careers. One of them actually helped design Echo Red for women back in the early 2000s and became very wealthy out of the graffiti game. So that's why you notice the Echo logo. It's actually a graffiti logo. It's a graffiti tag, I should say. So those were graffiti artists that helped design that.
Yeah, and also I would, if you're in New York, I'm not too sure where you're at. I know the Fashion Institute in New York is a pretty good private design school. I think it might be a state school, but I would definitely focus on state or local schools. Be mindful of the privates. They're very expensive. You can get a comparable education at a state school. It just kind of pick one that has a really strong program. Go visit, talk, see what the graduate class looks like. I'm in Georgia right now, so SCAD, Savannah College of Art and Design, which is a private school, is about $52 a year in comparison to a Georgia State or a Kennesaw State, which is like 12. So just think about that. And their programs are pretty decent. All the programs are pretty decent. Yeah.
Yeah, Mass College of Art, which is like one of the premier colleges as well for art and design.
Yeah. And a lot of the art schools in New York are state schools too. So look at that also if you want to look at New York. Because New York got some really strong schools.
I live in California.
I would say this much.
So I want to add this though. I mean, I heard you make a statement, kind of a statement. Are you just gonna get out? I just want to reiterate this, man. Once you sign that contract, you're gonna be stuck for 8 years. The only way to get out of it, you can't just get out of it.
It's like a 360 for rappers.
Yeah, you're gonna get a dishonorable discharge if you just try to get out some crazy way or whatever.
Right.
Just make sure once you sign that contract, and I just want to keep reiterating that. And I know I said it once, but you're gonna sign up for 8 years. That's the minimum last I remember. So you gotta commit to that contract. And if they give you a bonus when you join and you talking about getting out, they're gonna take that money from you and they're gonna garnish your wages if you don't finish that contract out. So I just want to reiterate that to you, bro. You just can't get out and be like, oh, I'm gonna just get a job. Nah. Once you get to schooling, because you signed a commitment to do this for X amount of years, and whatever you get from it, you get from it. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? But you got to commit that. You got to finish that commitment in order to keep it. So that's all I wanted to say, man.
Yeah, I would reiterate what Josh just said. I cannot stress enough how important it is to know what you're getting into before you sign that contract.
Right.
You mess up, brother. You go be on the hook for 8 years, and And essentially, if you try to do some funny stuff, man, I know I used to do a lot of work with brothers that were trying to get their discharges upgrade, man. That is a very difficult process to go through, and most people are not successful.
Dang.
So, be very smart before you sign that contract, man. Don't just walk into something blinded. If you're not getting what you want, man, walk the hell away from those damn recruiters. You tell a damn
Right.
recruiter, you tell those recruiters, this is for you and the other brother. You tell a damn recruiter, you call me when you give me what I want. If they can't get you what you want, brother, there's 1,001 ways to get into where you want to be at. I mean, I think this has been the strength of the Black Brain Trust, is because they've been able to show a lot of these alternative pathways into these various careers.
Right.
So,
And bro, and bro, if I had to do it all over again when going to art school, dude, go get your associates at a local community, transfer into a big state program, save a ton of money, get a lot of experience, and it'll save you. And then if you're on the fence about stuff, man, go to community college until you figure it out. Try a bunch of stuff, and to the point they're making, you don't want to make that commitment and be on the hook for it. So, if you're unsure, definitely. I don't know what part of California that you're in. I know
I'm in Southern
SoCal.
California.
Yeah, so Southern California has a lot of good. From my understanding, I haven't been in a couple of years, but they have a pretty good state program when it comes to their schools. So definitely go visit, go check out, talk to people, and maybe do that for a year or two if you're on the fence about stuff. And then to the point that Dr. Phoenix and another brother made earlier, find a program with a good ROTC program if you're on the fence, and then if you make a decision, you can go in as an officer and make, what I'm saying? So there's things to think about.
Right.
yeah,
California, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are your parents military?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, never mind. Go ahead, Dr. Phoenix.
No, I was just gonna say, to what Maurice November was just saying, that I started out at a community college, man. I did all my pre-med general education at a community college in Chicago, man. So I did about 2 years there. So by the time it came time for me, I've talked about this before. I initially went to school in Australia. Then I came back, went to University of Wisconsin. So, again, how I ended up going to Australia, and in those programs there, a bachelor's degree there is about 3 years. And so, I actually came in with a significant amount of credit that I got credit for. And so, it took me maybe about 2 years or so to do all that, because I ended up doing some extra stuff. But I say that to say, man, I've done 2 degrees now. I don't have no debt. Military paid, the GI Bill paid for me in Australia. The VA's voc rehab program sent me to nursing school. So I tell you that as a whole, man, I cannot stress enough about, if you don't know what the hell you want to do, take your ass to a community college, man. So you're not sitting here languishing at a damn 4-year. You're failing out. Now you don't have a degree, and you're sitting on 30, 40 grand in debt and nothing to show for it.
Yeah,
so, if you're gonna fuck around, I'd rather you go fuck around at a damn community college. To be real frank.
And to follow up, man, a lot of the brothers I met in school who were coming out of the military, man, they were razor sharp, disciplined, got stuff knocked out, didn't play around. So I can give what I've seen from the family in my immediate circle of people who are in the military, man. Them cats are really sharp when it comes to getting business done. But to what he said before, if you're and here's the thing, man, you're in a mecca for like visual effects and video gaming. There's a conference that happens every year called SIGGRAPH. If you're on the fence about, it happens in the LA Center. I mean, it'll change your life. All the big video game companies are there. You can talk to people directly about the field. So, or better yet, just any conference, any engineering, development, interactive conference. If you can pay for the floor ticket, go around there and just start asking questions. And here's the best part about those conferences. Because you've paid the money and you're serious about making that commitment in the field, those people are really open to talk to you. I've gotten a ton of business cards and mentors from people in that industry. That's how I got here. So they emailed them questions. They are really quick to respond, and they remember me because I actually flew from Atlanta to California for some of these conferences. So that's another opportunity for you to go take a glimpse into the industry that you want to go work into, and then ask some general questions for the professionals that are already there.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to make sure we get to last two hand. Let's go to Dog when he has something to add to this.
Yeah, I actually went online to look for some rates you might check for. One is cryptologic technician maintenance. Oh, excuse cryptologic technician. Basically, they're spies. Okay, but they deal with electronic type things and things that you might be interested there. But make sure you can pass a piss test and don't have much of a criminal record.
Yeah.
Next one is information technician. That might be more what you're really looking for getting in with computers. Okay. And the third is mass communication speaker and specialist. But that's more like you've taken pictures of the cameras with media and doing television type things, mainly because you mentioned things about doing graphics, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that might be something you might be interested in also. So
what's it called again?
Mass communication specialist. What's the last one?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dr. Phoenix.
No, I was just gonna say, I can't stress enough, brother. Don't go to a community college, man. Right now, kind of sounds like you're kind of up in the air. What you want to do, especially if you haven't taken the ASVAB. I strongly recommend. Somebody did put it up in the chat, but you need to study for the ASVAB, man. Kaplan makes a number of books for the ASVAB. There's a few other study books that you could go to. I even think Khan Academy even has something for the ASVAB, if I remember correctly. So you really need to study because it's basically a lot of general stuff you would have gone through in high school. So some basic algebra, some biology, maybe a little bit of anatomy, physiology, a little bit of chemistry, some stuff that you should have gone through in high school. So I strongly recommend, brother, that you study before you take that ASVAB because if you don't get a good score, man, they are gonna try to screw you, dude. I'm gonna tell you that off back.
Yeah, flipping burgers.
And just to add this as well, and this is my last statement, I promise. Yeah, just like what Dr. Phoenix said, just I mean, if you decide you want to go, community college route, and do 2 years or so, or a year or so, if you feel that that's not working out for you, and you want to join the military, they write it into all the contracts, from what I remember. Just make sure you ask about it if you decide to get into the military, let's say at a later date. It's the loan repayment program. They put that in most contracts, and they'll pay off whatever student debt you have before. Well, I mean, it's over time. They space it out because they want to make sure you finish the commitment on the contract, but they'll pay your student loans off. So if you decide to go to college first and do that, they have that loan repayment program that pays off your student loans as well. So
would you lose the GI Bill though?
No, GI Bill is also included. I mean, you get the loan repayment program, you got the GI Bill that's in there, you get the VA loan, all the VA benefits. I think once you hit a year mark, I know in the Army, you're considered a veteran at that point. Even if you haven't deployed or not, you're considered a veteran after a year of service in the military, and you get a ribbon or whatever. But yeah, that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah,
I dropped the link to the conference. The SeaGraph conference is going to be in your part of the town this year in Los Angeles. I know they got like floor tickets you can pay for, and I think the Cal State system are some really good schools. So I know there's a couple of Cal States in your part of town in Los Angeles. Definitely go for a visit, check out the program. They usually have really strong multimedia programs.
at those schools.
Yeah, use your minority status, man. I can't stress that enough. I know too many guys who got into graphics arts programs for free.
Dang.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, even so, like, especially if you're a veteran, dude, you as a black man and you're a veteran man, you probably are like a triple minority, dude.
Right. That's why I want to get in so I could like.
Especially like for me, like when in healthcare, like if you're a black man and you're looking into getting healthcare, you're a veteran. Like I was like a triple minority, dude. You get more minority. That I had more of an advantage than black women did.
Wow.
That's how significant it was. So, I would certainly say, I agree with everything these brothers saying, um, you really got to make a very informed decision, brother. Don't just go into this lightly. I'm for military service, but I'm
Right.
very much for brothers doing it the smart way because I've done work with too many brothers over the years that have, they just jumped into the military. They were trying to run away from some problems at home or whatever was going on in their life at the time. And recruiters are good at picking up on people with distressed lives. They are experts. They're probably more expert psychologists than psychologists themselves, and they know how to pick those folks out in a room full of people. And they
Wow.
will zero in on everything that's going on in your life, everything that's negative, and they will highlight it. And they will sell you a story, and next thing you know, brother, you're in the military, you're doing a job you don't want to do, and something, you get into some trouble, something happens, bam, you got other than honorable, that's a felony. So now you're out of the game, you get no financial aid, you get nothing. I mean, you gotta, every time you go apply for a job, you have to explain why you got a dishonorable discharge. 9 times out of 10, you're gonna get denied. It puts you out of the game in so many ways. And I mean, it's damn near like being a third-class citizen if you were to get something.
You'd be better off sagging your pants, man, than
Dang.
Let me go to Nick, man, because Nick has his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to. Dr. Phoenix was saying something about how before that don't go to Korea in the army or something. I mean, what about the traveling benefits? That's another reason why I had like left college to just jump into the military.
Let me tell you something about the traveling. Traveling, yeah, you can do that. Don't get me wrong, man. I've had times that I've flown first class. You can do a lot of chartered military flights. I know, especially for the Air Force cats, I know a lot of them do that. Usually your airlines, they have a certain number of flights on every flight that are just for military. So these flights are usually at reduced fares. So usually you can find them about 20-30% off, maybe even more, depending on what it is. But I'll say, as it comes to traveling as a whole, I would not bank on that unless you did something like what I did, where you ended up, this was kind of in your contract, and you ended up, I ended up going to Germany, stuff like that. But as a whole, I would not bank on that, man. Depending on what you're in the Navy. I think you were talking. Which one? Who was talking about the Navy, or were you talking about the Army? What was the other?
That was me. I was talking about the Navy.
Okay. And so yeah, if you're doing the Navy thing, man, I would say, I don't know, brother. Maybe I don't know if there are any brothers on the panel that were in the Navy, but I would imagine, yeah, you're gonna be on the ship, you're gonna be out at sea. You might go to a bunch of different ports, but I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily call it traveling. Your traveling would be limited. Most of the traveling I did, believe it or not, I did it after I got out of the military. Because after I got out of the military, I did some consulting work for a little bit, and so I ended up doing a lot of stuff over in Europe for a while. So that's how I did a lot of my traveling. So contrary to popular belief, yeah, you do a lot of traveling, but that usually comes with years of service. For someone that like you that may not be looking at military long term, I would not bank on the fact you're going to do a lot of traveling.
Yeah, and where you gonna travel at is most likely conflict in the Army, in the Marine Corps. It's gonna be conflict. So I just wanted to add that Dr. Phoenix hit it right on the head. But you're gonna be traveling to conflict, especially in the Army.
Yeah. Dogwin, he has his hand up. He'll be the last comment for the night, then we close out.
With the Navy, if he's on a small boy meaning not on a carrier, on a small boy. As you transfer from one coast to another, you'll stop at different ports. So you'll see a lot of different things, especially if you're going across the Atlantic and going into the Mediterranean. You can stop in Spain, Greece, France, go to the Black Sea, Turkey, in these locations like that. Even in the Persian Gulf, there's places to stay. But you're generally there for maybe about 3 days. So you do get to see a lot of things. But also you're on the ship a lot. You have to understand that. So you can travel in the Navy and see a lot of different countries. That's all I got to share.
All right. Hey, thank you all for joining us, man. Hit that like button if you've not already done so. Share the video if possible. Hit that notification bell so you get all the updates from the Black Brain Trust, including those posted on the community tab. Happy New Year to everyone. Thanks for joining the Black Brain Trust and being with us all year long. Shalom.
Peace.